acknowledged that good spoken English is sacrosanct in broadcasting, and therefore, in addition, any broadcaster who intends to make a success of the noble profession must be able to communicate his message, whether on radio or television, in simple, unambiguous language. The lecturer explained that broadcasting requires a lot of hard work, long hours, versatility, and the constant improvement of one's craft to be on top of one's game always. Bisi Olatilo, who has successfully straddled radio and television broadcasting for decades, with a lot of laurels to show for it, is the chairman of Biscon Communications, producers of the Bisi Olatilo Show, Nigeria's longest-running privately produced television magazine program, publisher of BOS International Magazine, and owner of Biscon Press. He told the students that it was a proper grounding he and other colleagues got under the tutelage of master broadcasters like Dr. Christopher Kolade, Ikenna Ndaguba, and others, which accounts for the great strides they have made in broadcasting today. Among others, Bisi Olatilo singled out John Momo, whose Channels TV has won the award for the best TV station in Nigeria for the 8th consecutive year, and indeed rated as the best TV in Africa today. Bisi Olatilo also paid glowing tribute to Shola Amoli, the Director General of NTA, Siene Orwell Brown, Ruth Benamese Opia, Bimbo Oloyede, Ronke Ayuba, Patrick Oke, Yinka Craig of Blessed Memories, and Abike Dabiri Erewa, among broadcasters who showed exceptional commitment to the true ideals of broadcasting, refusing to be carried away by the glamour of the business. Although Bisi Olatilo hailed the deregulation of the broadcasting sector, of which is a worthy beneficiary, he submitted that it has led to a corresponding decline in the standard of broadcasting. He therefore advised new generation broadcasters thrown up by the deregulation process to pay less attention to the glamour of the job and accord proper diligence and professionalism to their craft. Above all, the new generation broadcasters should jettison the tendency to sound unnatural in their presentation. The deregulation of the broadcasting sector, which resulted in the sharp increase in the number of radio and television stations across the country, to my mind, has led to a corresponding decline in the standard of professionalism that is prevalent in the industry today. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about this. Broadcasting requires a lot of hard work. It demands long hours. It entails that you constantly improve on your craft. It requires that you must be versatile. And most importantly, for you to be a good broadcaster, you must be able to express yourself in impeccable English. The lecturer reminded aspiring broadcasters among the students to endeavor to hone their skills at the FRCN Training School and the NTA Television College JOS to properly prepare them for the challenges of the very competitive broadcasting environment. In my humble opinion, for you to be a good broadcaster with the ability to communicate good message without difficulty, constant training to improve on your craft is key and imperative. In those days, the FRCN Training School provided the platform for the training of broadcasters, ditto the Television College in JOS. These institutions are still in existence, and any one of you desirous of making a career broadcasting can enroll in these schools and undergo the necessary tutelage and training. Before he drew the curtain on his lecture, Bisi Olatilo kept the students up to speed with important information about the switchover to digital broadcasting from the analog system, which has been in operation in Nigeria in the last 50 years. According to him, when the switchover finally comes on stream, the revolutionary technology, which will be in the high-definition format, will bring about a marked improvement in the quality of programs broadcast, as well as program sources. And program sources will increase. Indeed, the advantages of digitization are limitless, and it will improve and properly prepare Nigeria for global competitiveness. The International Telecommunications Union, ITU, in consultation with stakeholders in the industry, has set the deadline of 17th of June 2015 for the switch over to digital broadcasting. Biscon Tv concluded. The digitization of the analog television system, which has been in operation in Nigeria in the last 50 years, is a revolutionary technology which will leverage on such features as high definition television standards, multicasting in standard television, and data transmission. When the switchover finally takes effect, programming sources will increase, digital video technology will be advanced, broadcast capabilities will be enhanced as well. With digital television, there will be a more efficient way of broadcasting on television because it will free up the airwaves for maximum use. In his own remarks, the head of the Department of English and Literary Studies, University of Lagos, Dr. Adeyemi Daramola, who eulogized Professor Segun Awonusi, in whose honor the program was organized as the best phonetician in Nigeria and indeed Africa, also praised the students for their foresight in organizing the intellectually stimulating program. Dr. Adeyemi Daramola requested multilingual broadcaster Bisi Olatilo to exhibit his linguistic prowess in the 3 major Nigerian languages, which he obliged them to the delight of all who hailed Bisi Olatilo endlessly.
I want to make a pronouncement almost as an oracle. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, and it's almost unarguable that Professor Segun Awonusi is the best phonetician we have in Nigeria today. It is a great privilege that we have Mr. Bisi Latilo, and I want him to impress on all of us from now till eternity. So I will request him to please stand up and say a few words in Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Bisi Latilo, please. Ndị Igbo nọ n'etiti a na-aga akwụkwọ ebe a na-ekpere n'ekpere ọ ga-adị olu mma o. Mana ka unu na-ekpere Naịjirịa ekpere ka ọ na-adị mma. Ma Naịjirịa dị mma ọma maka gị na gị, maka mụ na gị. Unu na-ege na-ekpere Naịjirịa ekpere ka ọ wee na-aga. Ka ọ rụrụ Naịjirịa aka. Ha sawara n'nkwa. Kwuo maka nkwutọpụ yi n'eji. Kuma Allah godiya abin da za mu rinka yi an kuka tashi ku yi kai ma Najeriya addu'a domin Najeriya ta mu cika Allah da bai ta faɗin Allah da ẹni tí mo fẹ́ bẹ̀ wá nísìnyí ni pé ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run pé bá jí láàárọ̀ tí mo sọ ní gbogbo àwọn èdè tẹ́gbọ́n ni pé ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹ máa gbàdúrà fún Nàìjíríà tó pé tó bá dáa fún Nàìjíríà yóò dáa fún wa náà àdúrà tá a máa gbà nù yóò dáa fún gbogbo yìí o.
A well-known expert in phonetics and English language, Dr. Adenike Akinjobi, through her representative, delivered a small talk titled Phonetics, 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 and the Nigerian Speaker, with a detailed background information on phonetics and why Nigerian students have a phobia for the course.
Phonetics is a course of study for all students of English, especially those emphasizing the language aspects. It is the scientific study of speech sounds. There are 3 traditional subfields of phonetics. However, there are also others that have been developed in recent times. Of course, in the realm of phonetics, we're talking about the universal realms when it has to do with sounds, because sounds is universal. But when we talk about phonology, then we are talking about systems of particular languages. And of course here we're talking about the pair sound, that in articulatory phonetics you're talking about the organs that are involved in the production of the sound, that the 2 lips come together in the production of this sound.
The main event of the day was a phonetics competition which featured 6 students as contestants. They attempted to demonstrate to the audience and their lecturers how much they have been able to assimilate in the phonetic and phonology course. The main task here was for them to pronounce in the correct way the words already transcribed for them. This reminds me of my days at the language laboratory in the FRCN in Ikoyi, Lagos, 35 years ago, when our English had to be properly touched up and all the rough edges thoroughly cleaned out. That's the first step every aspiring broadcaster must go through, and this cannot be circumvented or short-circuited in any way. Reminds me here with nostalgic memory. I remember here with nostalgic memory, and thanks to God for her good life, Mrs. Beju Alade, the mother of Dari Art Alade, who was a lecturer at the time.
The form of a word which is used when the word is pronounced in isolation is known as the
part of speech.
Okay, no, that's not right. That's not right. It's known as the citation form. The citation form. Okay, look at that word and please pronounce it for us.
Epitome.
Epitome. Mystery voice. Mystery voice, please. Thank you. Your pronunciation was correct. A round of applause for him.
Edith Johnson Ndubisi emerged the overall winner of the phonetics competition. He, the first runner-up, and the third prize winner were presented with a plaque, laptop, and money. Before the interactive session with Professor Segun Awunusi, in whose honor the phonetics competition was organized, his citation that revealed his extensive scholarly adventure in the Ivy League institutions across the world, with a lot of laurels to show for it in the teaching of English and phonetics, was read by Zue Moaka. Although a student in the University of Lagos, she has all the potentials to be a great broadcaster tomorrow.
Professor Awunusi took his first step in post-secondary education by attending Unife College of Education, Ondo campus from 1971 to 1973, where he paid special attention to phonetics and pronunciation. He bagged the NC with specialization in the teaching of English and later continued his tertiary institution at a number of universities. University of Lagos, where he obtained the BA Honors degree in English, Stanford University, San Francisco, United States of America, City of London Polytechnic, now London Metropolitan University, and University College London, United Kingdom, where he obtained a PhD in phonetics.
In a simulated studio environment, with two presenters jointly piloting an interview program that had Professor Segun Awunusi as a special guest, he was asked a number of questions on his life journey and related areas. Professor Segun Awunusi thanked the students for the vision in organizing the competition and encouraged them to show more interest in phonetics because, according to him, it's an integral part of the English language, which is an inevitable tool for any aspiring broadcaster.
You can still be yourself even when you use another person's language. We cannot take the Nigerian out of you, nor can anyone take it out of me. I'm basically a Nigerian. You've listened to some of my friends, BC Olatilo, I love listening to him. Ademola Adeoye, I love listening. So for me, applied phonetics, much better than phonetics, because applied phonetics is pronunciation. I thank you.
The vote of thanks was given by Queen Odua, the President, National Association of Students of English and Literary Studies, University of Lagos chapter, which organized the phonetics competition.
Reading, they say, makes a man. So I think it boils down to students cultivating habit of reading extensively and intensively. This, I think, will go a long way in helping students progress in academic.
Oh, great. That students can recognize that one has imparted some knowledge of phonetics and phonology over time. So for me, it's great that students do appreciate their teachers. Yes, it's great. And I'm happy about it. I'm happy for myself and also happy for the students.
Lagos Lawn Tennis Club Onikon Lagos, the bastion and cradle of tennis in Nigeria, where talents in the game of tennis are discovered and nurtured in the past 176 years, must have witnessed its largest gathering ever in recent memory as people from different parts of the country and diverse areas of Collins braced the scorching sun to be part of the feast of top-class tennis by the Amazons of the game, whom we in these parts have at best seen through the Clegg lights. Therefore, the urge to be part of the live audience that will see the much-publicized exhibition match between Venus and Serena Williams was overwhelming and unprecedented. The audience transcended the sports-inclined people per se. This included former Vice President Alex Ekweme and wife, Samalade Okaya Thomas, Chief Sonny Odogu, Dr. Tunji Braithwaite and wife, and other highly reputed individuals and leaders of business and corporate concerns. They were all geared up for the big event. In his welcome address, Samalade Okaya Thomas, OFR, a former president and trustee of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, congratulated the organizers of the visit of the Williams sisters to Nigeria for the initiative, which he said is a move that will have a positive impact on the game of tennis.
I have been to many tournaments. I have been to Wimbledon, for instance, for more than 30 years. And once you are recognized by those people who you see every year, they will also know that you are a tennis man. So this one should be taken as an opportunity also for the children. You have to do one sport or the other, most especially tennis game. And I believe that those of you who are here are lovers of lawn tennis.
The president of the Nigerian Tennis Federation and Nigeria's former Minister of Sports, Engineer Sani Ndanusa, also spoke in the same vein, urging all sports-loving people, especially those placed in a vantage position to advance the game of tennis in Nigeria, to come to the aid of the game, promising on behalf of the Tennis Federation to do its best in terms of providing the much-needed enabling environment for the game of tennis to thrive in the country. To put everyone in the right frame of mind in anticipation of the much-awaited exhibition match between Venus and Serena Williams, some up-and-coming tennis enthusiasts put their skills to the test and they got a lot of commendation from the crowd for their effort. Although on paper it was tagged an exhibition match, the intimidating credentials and very impressive achievements of both Venus and her sister Serena put such a matchup in a special category and therefore a must-watch. Fresh from a very impressive showing at the 2012 Olympic Games and a career that stand them out as female African-American forerunners in the game of tennis. Between them, they have both won virtually all the titles to be won in tennis in their over 2 decades dominance of the game. For instance, Venus Williams has in a kitty 7 singles, 13 women doubles, and 2 mixed doubles titles, including 5 Wimbledon single titles. Venus has won 4 of the 5 Grand Slam single tournament. Venus and her sister, Serena, have played against each other in 8 Grand Slam singles final. Venus has won 4 Olympic gold medals.
Create the opportunity to take time away from your opponent.
Well, the first ace of the match, I agree 100%, Michael, and especially Serena, because she moves so well and she's so powerful, she gets herself, even if she's out of position, she makes things look so easy.
Well, we touched on that serve, and Venus just getting a sniff of a break there, but 2 very good serves by Serena, and she snuffed those opinions. Serena leads 1 game to love. Oh, there we go, and John Loveney, we've spoken about this throughout the year. Power is one thing, but
as for Serena Williams, she has in a kitty over 30 Grand Slam titles, 15 singles, 13 women's doubles, and 2 mixed doubles. Serena is the most recent player, male or female, to have held all 4 Grand Slam singles title and the only 5th woman ever to do so. Serena and her sister Venus won the Grand Slam doubles title 13 times, and they have been unbeaten in Grand Slam finals.
That's the powerful returning we've been talking about. Serena taking it nice and early, and just using the speed of Venus's serve, and again making it look so easy. Well, I don't know if my eyes...
Serena has won 4 Olympic gold medals in women's singles and 3 in women's doubles. Serena Williams is the first player in history, male or female, to win the career Golden Grand Slam in 8 singles and doubles. Serena is basically a baseline player who has the greatest serve in the history of women's tennis. Serena's double-handed backhand and aggressive play, which combine great power and consistency, accords her the record of the 3rd fastest all-time among female players.
Run on the forehand. Michael, very interesting when you look at Venus. It's something that I've always looked at her serve. Very wristy. She uses a lot of wrist when she serves. Sometimes it looks like a racket.
She does get up on the mileage. Gets a lot of pronation through the serve.
Michael, that's a very good return from Venus, hitting the ball straight down the middle, taking away the angle for Serena, and obviously if you don't move your feet...
It was top flight performance all the way, as Venus and Serena had to fall back on all the techniques they have acquired over the years to square up to each other in the real sense of it. Nothing was left to chance, and they ended up giving the spectators more than their time and money's worth. At the end of the very energy-sapping and technique and endurance-taxing encounter, Serena and Venus Williams must have left a very positive lasting impression on tennis-loving Nigerians who hailed them at every turn throughout the game. At the end of the exhaustive match, both Venus and Serena Williams were conferred with the life membership of Lagos Lawn Tennis Club. The presentation was made by the president of Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Barrister Sam Ebuchinam, whose 4 months in the saddle as the president of the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club has brought a lot of value-adding accomplishments which have impacted positively on the profile of the club in recent times. The BC Olatila show took some respondents to tax on what the visits of the Williams sisters portend for the game of tennis and how to indeed bring us back to the winning ways in tennis in Nigeria.
It's an historical event, and I'm happy that Biscon Tv, your team, that you are here. It's very good. It's good for sports, good for the image of this country, and we are very happy to be part of it.
Today we have seen Williams sisters live in Nigeria, and I want to use this occasion to also solicit from our parents, that is fathers and mothers. You have seen the result of hard work of parents, because it's entirely development done by the parents. So that is to say, it's not something that we must wait for government to develop our athletes, wait for government to develop stars.
I believe the Nigerian youth will use this as an opportunity to now seriously engage in tennis. Tennis is no longer a child's play. It is now a big business and big money, and making it a very good name for yourself and the country.
As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Bisi Olatilo's highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS The Ultimate. Time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Bisi Olatilo Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boer Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doyediri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Bisi Olatilo and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Bisi Olatilo and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for Good Governance go to Governors Hope Uzodimma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day Newspapers and Arise News TV. The Toast of BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms, strictly, mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC. BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, and Chairman of NDDC, Barrister Chiedu Ebie. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for Super Project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for Selfless Service to the Nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there. From the heart of the action to your screen, Biscon TV brings you premium coverage like never before. Whether it's high-profile events, breaking news, or exclusive interviews, we are always on the front line, delivering stories with accuracy, speed, and style. Broadcasting on GoTV Channel 144, airing on AIT, and streaming live on YouTube, we take you behind the scenes of the biggest moments, capturing the glitz, the glamour, and the headlines that matter. From star-studded galas to corporate summits, from weddings to political events, we tell the stories that shape our world. At Biscon TV, we bring you in-depth reports, compelling documentaries, and exclusive features that keep you informed and engaged. Our team of seasoned broadcasters and expert journalists ensure whether it's the boardroom or the red carpet, the stadium or the streets, we are there, bringing you every moment as it unfolds. With crystal clear visuals, expert reporting, and unbeatable coverage, Biscon TV is your go-to station for news, events, and entertainment. The history in the making. For premium storytelling, prompt and accurate reporting, and events that shine, stay with the best. Biscon Television, where every moment becomes history. Breaking news on the television station to watch to keep you in top spirit always without fail. Biscon TV Live globally keeps you in top spirit 24 hours daily through our entertaining yet very educative programs that take you back many decades as fresh as ever and still positions Biscon TV with the richest historically iconic, proudly Nigerian programs of all types in our archives, making Biscon TV the most admired and preferred brand in infotainment broadcasting. Watch Biscon TV Live daily on Smart TV and stay in top lively spirit all the time. Biscon TV, engaging, interactive, and all-inclusive.
Thank you for joining us again on Biscon Television News. I'm Stella Opara. First, the high points of the news. The National say, flush bandits out of power in 1 month. Chief of Army Staff tells troops. Keyamo hails Borowori and the Koa's defection to APC. In business news, Trump's reassurance on polo and tariff cuts spark global market run. On the foreign scene, Lithuania's capital unveils evacuation plan in case of Russia attack. And in sports, Guardiola excited as Man City go third after dramatic win over General Olufemi Oluyede has ordered soldiers to flush out the new terrorist group in the Kariama and Baruten local government areas of Kwara State to guard against the spread of their activities to other regions of the country. The Army staff charged them to flush the bandits out of the 2 local government areas, adding that he wants the job done in the next 1 month. The Army chief, while charging the troops, said the country could not afford to allow bandits spreading out to another part of the country again. Oluyede made the call while addressing the troops during his visit to Sobe Barracks in Ilorin, the state capital. His visit was also aimed at motivating the troops who will soon move to the crime scene as part of efforts to nip the spread of activities of the new terror group named Mahmouda in the bud. The Chief of Army Staff said having another form of Boko Haram in any part of the country would not be allowed as necessary support would be given to them. Now, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has hailed the defection of Delta State Governor Sheriff Borowori and ex-Governor Ifeanyi Kowa from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress, describing the development as a political turning point for the state. Reacting via his ex-handle on Thursday, the longtime APC loyalist and influential figure from Delta declared the moment a long-awaited breakthrough for the APC in the state. Keyamo attributed the shift to the leadership style of President Bola Tinubu, saying it was the president's vision and inclusiveness that made the APC an attractive platform for leading political figures. In a public show of support, Keyamo referred to Borowori as his leader and governor, commending him for what he called a bold and visionary decision. The defection of the Delta governor and top PDP stakeholders has sent shockwaves through the state's political sphere and is expected to significantly alter the balance of power in the region as the 2027 elections approach. In another development, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has summoned top officials of the FCT administration as well as construction giant Julius Berger over revelations that a section of the International Conference Center rehabilitation project was subcontracted without his approval. Wike, who visited the ICC and the N16 road project in Gashiri on Wednesday, expressed dissatisfaction after learning that the furniture installation for the conference hall had been handed over to another contractor by the Abuja Investments Company Limited. Describing the development as unacceptable, the minister stated that the entire project was awarded solely to Julius Berger and should not have been fragmented. He disclosed that he had summoned the acting executive secretary of the Federal Capital Development Authority, the group managing director of AICL, and representatives of Julius Berger to explain who authorized the subcontract and on what grounds. Now, moving on, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Airport in Minna, Niger State, has officially been designated as an alternative airport to the Nandezeko International Airport in Abuja. This announcement was made by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, during the launch of Overland Airways commercial flight operations from the Minna Airport. Highlighting the airport's capacity and strategic relevance, Keyamo praised the facility's infrastructure and its potential to serve as a major aviation hub, He emphasized that the airport meets international standards in both physical and operational aspects, and expressed surprise at its previous underuse. The declaration is expected to bolster aviation traffic in Minna and serve as a strategic relief point for flight operations in northern Nigeria, especially during emergencies or congestion at the Abuja airport. You're watching Biscon TV News. Business news is next. Welcome back. Equities rallied with Wall Street on Wednesday after Donald Trump said he had no intention of firing the head of the Federal Reserve and that eye-watering tariffs on China would be slashed drastically. Global markets, already upended by a trade war, were battered further at the start of the week by fears the U.S. president was looking to remove central bank boss Jerome Powell for not cutting interest rates, calling him a major loser and, quote-unquote, Mr. Too Late. Observers warned such a move would have dealt a blow to the Fed's independence and sparked a crisis of confidence in the world's top economy, sparking a sell-off of U.S. assets and another global crisis. However, Trump looked to temper those fears on Tuesday, saying he has no intention of firing Jerome Powell. The remarks gave a much-needed shot of relief to investors, helped by the president's comments, later indicating a more conciliatory approach to the trade war with China. We'll take another break. When we return, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay with us. Welcome back to Biscon TV News, now to foreign news. Lithuania's capital Vilnius presented Wednesday an evacuation plan in case of war, as the Baltic nation worries Russia could target the former Soviet Republic next after its invasion of Ukraine. Lithuania, a NATO and EU member, has been a staunch ally of Ukraine since Moscow's 2022 invasion, and has since ramped up defense spending and training. The three main evacuation routes run west, as the enemy has historically come from the east, Vilnius mayor said at a press conference. The city aims to hold evacuation drills in the autumn. Vilnius is just 30 kilometers from the border with Belarus, which Russia used as a springboard for its Ukraine invasion. Lithuanian officials fear Moscow could repeat the scenario for any attack on the Baltic country. Now, Vilnius authorities have said the city of over 600,000 residents could be fully evacuated within 48 hours. The evacuation plan is also a response to threats from natural disasters or incidents at the Ostrovets nuclear plant in Belarus. We'll take another break. When we return, we'll bring you sports news. Stay with us. Welcome back to Biscon TV News, now to sports news. Pep Guardiola admitted his wild celebration of Matheus Nunes' stoppage time winner against Aston Villa felt strange because Manchester City don't score as many late goals as the Premier League rivals. Nunes fired City to a crucial 2-1 victory over top 5 rivals Villa in the 4th minute of stoppage time at the Etihad Stadium on Tuesday. Guardiola responded to Nunez's composed finish from an arcade angle by launching into a frenzied, fist-pumping dance of joy, including a primal roar that underlined the significance of the result. City have been seconds away from a damaging result in the race to qualify for the Champions League via a top-5 finish. But now they control their own fate with 4 games left in their turbulent league season, thanks to an unusual feeling of last-gasp success. You're watching Biscon Television News. Entertainment news comes up after the break.
Hello and welcome to the entertainment segment here on Biscon Television News. Afro-Fusion superstar Burna Boy has once again made history by selling out the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester, which is the largest indoor venue in England. The landmark concert held on April 21st, 2025 comes just days after his iconic performance at Stade de France, where he thrilled over 80,000 fans. At the Manchester show, Burna Boy lit up the stage with some of his biggest hits, continuing to solidify his reputation as one of Africa's most powerful live performers. The night featured surprise appearances by Nigerian street hop act Shalapopi, who joined Burna for the viral remix of Lahore, and Jody Phil, who performed for Campy 2 alongside him. With another major show lined up for April 24th at the Jazz and Heritage Festival in New Orleans, Burna Boy is showing no signs of slowing down. Fans are now eagerly anticipating the release of his 8th studio album, No Sign of Weakness, which already has hits like Higher, Updates, and Bundle by Bundle, creating serious buzz. And finally, Nigerian hip-hop star Ice Prince Zamani is giving his flowers to his mentor M.I. Abaga, calling him the best rapper to ever do it. In a recent sit-down with content creator Is They You, Ice Prince reflected on his growth in the rap game and proudly credited M.I. for teaching him everything he knows. He said rapping alongside M.I. for years shaped him into the lyrical powerhouse he is today. Ice Prince didn't hold back, boldly claiming he can hold his own against any rapper on any beat without delivering a weak verse. While he acknowledges that other rappers are talented, he made it clear that he's not one to be underestimated. According to him, growing under M.I.'s wing gave him the confidence, skills, and swagger that set him apart in Nigeria's competitive rap scene. Well, that is all on entertainment news. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back. Now to the major points of the news. On the national scene, flash bandits out of Kwara in 1 month. Chief of Army Staff tells troops. Kayamo hails Borobori on ECOWAS defection to APC. In business news, Trump's reassurance on Powell and tariff cuts sparked global market run. On foreign team, Lithuania's capital unveils evacuation plan in case of Russia attack. And in sports, Guardiola excited as Man City go third after dramatic win over Villa. And that's the news on Biscon Television. We leave you with the last line. Vivian Green said, "Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain." I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, history is about to be made. A legacy of excellence, 5 decades of broadcasting brilliance, and 25 years of an iconic brand. Prince Biscon stands tall as a trailblazer in the media industry. Join us on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at the prestigious Muson Center, Onikon, Lagos, as we celebrate Prince Biscon 50 remarkable years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. An unforgettable event awaits, featuring an insightful lecture, a prestigious award presentation, and the grand unveiling of the Biscon Foundation, an initiative dedicated to impact and empowerment. Be part of this milestone moment as industry leaders, dignitaries, and well-wishers gather to honor a man whose voice has shaped generations. The time is 11 a.m. The place is Muson Center. The celebration is legendary. Prince Biscon at 50 in broadcasting and BOS at 25. Raising the bar, setting the pace, and inspiring the future. See you there. Going by the positive and very encouraging reports we get from those who watch the BOS, the Biscon Show, and Biscon TV, our 24-hour platform on GoTV Channel 144, and live streaming on YouTube from all parts of the world, we consider this a further global attestation to the undisputed fact known by all that the Biscon Show in the past 25 years and counting have continued unabatedly to dictate the pace and set new standards in the packaging of infotainment style of entertainment broadcasting, the first and only type. The very rich quality of those who patronize the Biscon Show, BOS, and Biscon TV, our 24-hour platform, which cuts across the high echelons of the social, economic, and political corridors of power, both locally and internationally, speaks most eloquently in helping the position the BOS brand in the commanding position it has earned over the decades. We are proud to say that the whole world considers the Biscon Show as the best in the cutting-edge coverage and packaging of all kinds of events, weddings, birthdays, convocations, coronations, burials, awards, festivals, and corporate celebrations. The Biscon Show, BOS, and Biscon TV are programs and television platforms that have carved a distinct niche for themselves as the place to go to always for relaxed entertainment programming on television. Specifically on the political front, from the local government, state government to the presidency, the Biscon Show and Biscon TV platforms have helped over the years to produce documentaries and radio and TV jingles with which many campaigns have resulted in new local government chairmen, state governors, and even the president of the country. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Governors Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, and Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, who are serving now, are very good examples. The Biscon Show, BOS, is broadcast weekly on AIT and Biscon TV. The Biscon TV is on daily on GoTV 144 and streaming live on YouTube daily. At weekends, the Biscon TV platform on GoTV 144 and live streaming on YouTube record very heavy viewers who would rather have fun enjoying the different editions of the Biscon Show packages. Remember, Biscon TV is anti-aging, anti-hypertension, keeps you in top mood most of the time. Join the growing numbers today. Prince Biscon celebrates 50 years in broadcasting and BOS at 25. By the grace of God, these milestone achievements will be celebrated on Tuesday, 13th May 2025 at Muson Center, Lagos at 11 a.m. To help facilitate a smooth transition in terms of planning in all aspects for the success of the event, the following friends have been entrusted with this task. Mr. Donald Duke, former governor of Cross River State. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State. Senator Doye Diri, governor of Bayelsa State. Senator Hope Uzodimma, governor of Imo State. Senator Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora. Professor Toyin Ashiru, Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, Bimbo Oloyede, Teni Aofiebi, Olorogun Peter Igo MFR. Senator Osita Izunaso, Senator Dr. Folashade Grace Bent. Sheung Olagunju, Mr. Anthony Raymond Dokwesi Jr., Chairman, Dar Communication PLC, Alhaji Usman Mohammed, Dr. Ruben Abati, Mr. Oritz Williki, Olori Chief Mrs. Nikki Akonde, CON, Erelu Abiola Dosumu, Pastor Dotun Ojelabi, Olori Ladun Shijuade, Sonny Rabo, Bashorun Dele Momodu, Eugenia Abu, Cyril Stober, Michael Efyong, Barrister Shade Balogun, Otumba Deji Oshibogun, His Excellency Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioa, CON, Mr. Eze Anaba of Vanguard Newspapers, Mr. Gbenga Defaye of NIJ, Azua Rinze, Yomi Badejo Kusonya, Rufai Ladipo, Senator Ben Murray Bruce, founder Silverbird Conglomerate, Prince Adelano Adeshida, former Vice Chairman of Island Club, Mr. Temitope Abere, President, Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, Prince Rotimi Martins, Chairman of Island Club, Chief Adekunle Agbebi, SAN, Chairman, Yoruba Tennis Club, Chief Kole Olateju, President of Association of Friends Club, Ambassador Toyin Lawal, Nigeria's former Deputy High Commissioner to the UK, Nata of Biscon TV fame, Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, Nigeria's former ambassador to Zambia, Professor Egosa Osagi, DG NIIA, Mr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, Prince Nduka Obaibena, founder of This Day Newspapers and Arise News, Mr. Bayo Awoshemo, Deputy MD of Arise News, Mrs. Ronke Ayuba of NTA fame, Honorable Abike Dabrierewa, Chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora Organization, Honorable Kafila Ogbara, Chairman of Women Affairs Committee of House of Representatives, Mrs. Moji Dokwesi, wife of Chief Raymond Dokwesi, founder of Dar Communications PLC, Modele Sharafa Yusuf, Nigeria's first female television sportscaster. This committee, made up of esteemed friends of Prince Bisi Olatilo, will be coordinated by Her Highness Olori Dr. Nikki Akonde, CON, and His Excellency Mr. Donald Duke, former Governor of Cross River State. Remember, the date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025 at Muson Center, Lagos. Time is 11 a.m. Time is of the essence. Time to hit the ground running. May God bless you all. As we count down to Nigeria's broadcasting doyen, Prince Bisi Olatilo's highly anticipated Jubilee Anniversary celebration and the Silver Jubilee Anniversary of the Bisi Olatilo Show, BOS The Ultimate, time to roll out names of the winners of the prestigious Bisi Olatilo Show BOS Awards in the different categories. For BOS Bank of the Year Award, Wema Bank PLC, Nigeria's longest-standing indigenous bank, celebrating 80 years this year, win clearly. BOS Award for Nigeria's Businessman of the Year goes to globally acclaimed multi-billionaire Dr. Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and CEO of Boer Conglomerates. BOS Award for the fastest wealth creator among young Africans through his Prosperity for All Africans mantra is Mr. Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, celebrating 15 years this year. BOS Award for the most friendly and very impactful politician goes to His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, Governor of Bayelsa State, popularly known as the Man of Peace. BOS Award for the backbone and all-time pillar of support for Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication will be presented posthumously to High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of Dar Communications PLC, owners of AIT and Ray Power FM. BOS Award for the ultimate benefactor to Prince Bisiolatilo and Biscon Communication is Sir Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, CFR, CON, OON. Sir Kessington Adebutu will be 90 years on the 24th of October 2025. Join us on Biscon Communication to pray along with him. BOS Award for the Ultimate Entrepreneur of the Year goes to globally respected multi-billionaire businesswoman and biggest player in the oil and gas sector, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ifejika. BOS Award for the all-round development and good governance of Lagos State in the last 5 years and still counting with the Lagos Rising mantra is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. BOS Award for good governance go to Governors Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Umoeno of Akwa Ibom State, Peter Mba of Enugu State, Sheriff Oborowori of Delta State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, and Abba Yusuf of Kano State, where Prince Olatilo spent 13 of his formative years growing up. BOS All-Time Supporters Award will be led by Olori Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, who sleeps and wakes watching Biscon TV with religious regularity every day. Other all-time supporters and die-hard fans of BOS and Biscon TV are Alhaji Razak Okoya, CON, Prince Samuel Adedoyin, who turns 90 years on December 4th, 2025. BOS Media Disruptor of the Year Award goes to Prince Nduka Obaigbena, founder and creator of This Day newspapers and Arise News TV, the toast of television viewers in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. BOS Award for the most professionally run television station in Nigeria and Africa at large goes to Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman of Channels Media Group, as Channels TV celebrates 30 years of painstakingly setting the trend of television programming in alignment with world standards. BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year, who has put Nigeria's name on the global map in top-class entertainment, proudly made in Nigeria fashion shows with radio and television platforms strictly, mostly about entertainment programming, without any doubt. Bayelsa State-born Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who also celebrates 45 years in the showbiz and entertainment business, is the winner of BOS Showbiz Personality of the Year Award. For changing the narrative from transactional to transformational development with the commissioning of projects in the 11 states of the NDDC, BOS Award for Transformational Leadership goes to NDDC, headed by Dr. Samuel Ogbuku and Chairman of NDDC, Barrister Chiedu Ebie, who have done very well for themselves and the younger generations of Nigerians. BOS Prestigious Banker of the Year Award goes to the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON, a distinguished pride to womanhood. Barrister Chief Nyesom Wike, CON, the Minister of FCT, who retained the services of BOS and Biscon TV to properly position River State in his first term in office as Governor of River State, picks up the BOS Prestigious Award for super project with which he has turned around the face of Abuja. BOS Special Award of the Multi-Industrialist of the Year goes to Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, Africa's richest man, who also clocks 68 years this year. The Grand BOS Mega Award for selfless service to the nation will be jointly received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his amiable wife, Nigeria's First Lady, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. The clock is ticking fast. The date is Tuesday, 13th May 2025, and Prince Bisiolatilo's Golden Jubilee Anniversary and BOS Silver Jubilee Anniversary will be held at the Shell Hall of Muson Center, Lagos. See you there. BOS incredible transformation from the coverage and reportage of social events to political reporting was embraced in the northeastern states of Adamawa when Governor Boni Haruna was in charge from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007, and Governor Murtala Nyako from May 29, 2007 to July 15, 2014. Still talking about BOS exploits of political reporting in the Northeast region. Borno State under Governor Ali Modu Sharif in his 2 terms of 8 years from May 29, 2003 to May 29, 2011. BOS reported the great development strides of Governor Ali Modu Sharif on all parts of governance to the world. It was like the BOS was the only program trusted for the best coverage and incisive reportage when Governor, now Senator Mohammed Danjuma Goje, was the governor of Gombe State. Still in the northeast region of Nigeria between May 29, 2003 to May 29, 2011. Senator Ibrahim Hassan Dankwambo, who took over as governor of Gombe State from May 29, 2011 to May 29, 2019, also continued the robust patronage of BOS services for helping to put across professionally the great developmental strides of Governor Ibrahim Hassan Dankwambo across the length and breadth of Gombe State and Nigeria. BOS's incredible and professionally packaged political reportage caught the attention of Governor Ibrahim Shehu Shima of Katsina State, who employed us from May 29, 2007 to May 29, 2019, the entire 2-term stretch of his tenure as the governor of Katsina State. The story is the same with Senator Adamu Aliero of Kebbi State in the northwest of Nigeria, who stuck to the professional services of BOS in his 2 terms in office as governor of Kebbi State from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007. And the BOS was the ear and eye of Governor Adamu Aliero's impressive developmental strides to his people, both in and out of Kebbi State to the world. Talking about BOS's incredible professional reportage of political events in Nigeria's north-central states, BOS exploits looms very large in the hearts of all indigents of Nasarawa State when Alhaji Abdullahi Adamu was governor of the state from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007. This continued in the same stead when Alhaji Tanko Al-Mukura was governor from May 29, 2011 to May 29, 2019. 25 years after, BOS is still the most watched program in Nasarawa State when it comes to professionally produced social and political reportage. The late Governor Abdulkadir Kure of Niger State courted relationship with the Bisiolatilo's Show, which was the most popular program at that time. BOS was in Niger State from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007, helping to project all the activities of Niger State during the tenure of Governor Abdulkadir Kure to all parts of the country on a weekly basis via BOS on AIT, NTA Network Service and Ben TV London. Under the regime of Dr. Babangida Mwazu Aliyu from May 29, 2007 to May 29, 2015, BOS much sought after cutting-edge professional services were retained to properly position Niger State among the states to reckon with in terms of effective governance in all aspects. BOS association with the North Central Confluence State of Kogi began with the short-lived 1 term of Governor Abubakar Audu from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2003. BOS continued its nationwide popularity reign in Kogi State during the two-term tenures of multilingual Governor Ibrahim Idris of Kogi State from May 29, 2003 to January 27, 2012. As for Kwara State, BOS was also patronized for the coverage of both social and political events from the then Governor Mohammed Lawal from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2003. Governor Bukola Saraki from May 29, 2003 to May 29, 2011. Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed from May 29, 2011 to May 29, 2019. And Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak of Kwara State, the incumbent governor of Kwara State, has continued patronizing BOS services, in addition to Biscon TV, our 24-hour television station to properly project the image of Kwara State across the world. BOS was specially invited to help professionally project activities of Bauchi State under the leadership of Governor Ahmad Adamu Muazu from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007. Governor Issa Yuguda, who took over as governor of Bauchi State from May 29, 2007, took the relationship of Bauchi State government and BOS to a more mutually beneficial level, as BOS put out very comprehensive reportage weekly on all movers and shakers of Nigeria together with a very rich dubber, which paraded the best of the dresses of the Hausas at such occasions. The governor of Sokoto State at the time was Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, the former Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, who was governor of Sokoto State from 2015 to 2023. BOS also covered and broadcast all activities during the tenure of Governor Jolly Nyame of Taraba State from May 29, 1999 to May 29, 2007. The BOS also held on prominently in Zamfara State when Governor Mahmood Shinkafi was in power as the governor of Zamfara State from May 2007 to May 2011. The BOS was in Plateau State from 1999 to 2007 during the tenure of Governor of Kaduna State from 2007 to 2010. The late Governor Patrick Ibrahim Yakowa continued with the services of BOS from 2010 to 2012 when he was Governor of Kaduna State. Governor Nasir Ahmad El-Rufai, as the Governor of Kaduna State from 2015 to 2023, made the BOS the must-watch for indigents of the state, as BOS gave incisive, well-packaged reports of all activities of the state, which was broadcast on BOS Weekly, on NCA, AIT, and Ben TV London. In Jigawa State, in the northwest region of Nigeria, BOS was a household name during the 8 years in power of Dr. Ibrahim Saminu Turaki as the governor of Jigawa State. BOS was also in Benue State, first at the request of Senator George Akume as governor from 1999 to 2007, followed by Governor Gabriel Suswan from 2007 to 2015, and Governor Samuel Otom from 2015 to 2023. It is safe to say that the Bisi Olatilo show was so popular that all governments, corporate concerns, businesses insisted that their social or political events must be covered and broadcast on BOS platforms on NTA, AIT, and Federal Capital City, FCT. All the ministers patronized the professional services of BOS for the right image building for the FCT. From Alhaji Muhammad Abagana from 2001 to 2003, Nasir El-Rufai 2003 to 2007, Aliu Modibo Umar 2007 to 2008, Muhammad Adamu Aliero 2008 to 2010, and Bala Abubakar Muhammad, who later became governor of Bauchi State, and others. One event that Nigerians have not stopped congratulating BOS as indeed the very best in coverage and packaging of both social and political events was the historic coronation of former CBN Governor Emir Sanusi as the Dam Majin Kano, who brought about the largest ever dignitaries to any event in the country. This was under the governorship of Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of Kano State and his deputy, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, who are unfortunately at daggers drawn with each other today. And 25 years after, BOS still remains the first and the best. We thank all the governments in the country, the 36 of them, and FCT ministers for patronizing BOS and Biscon Communications in the past for about 30 years. You have all remained the solid rock behind our continued existence and relevance till today. As for the individuals who have gone over and above to help keep Biscon Communication in business today, Sir Kessentin Adebutu CFR stands out distinctly for his unending support for us, and the late High Chief Raymond Dokbesi, founder and funder of DAW Communications PLC, for his generous magnanimity towards Prince Bisiolatilo, Chairman and CEO of Biscon Communication.
At a time when it was not fashionable for the enlightened bracket of Nigerians to take seriously news churned out by the arm of the print media regarded as soft sell magazines, Sheye Kende was one of those who stuck out their necks to sink and swim with that genre of journalism. The hallmark of soft sell journalism are stories garnished with light-hearted human angle experiences, narrated in very lucid, easy-to-comprehend manner, devoid of unnecessary ambiguity. Before too long, Sheye Kende and other news purveyors in that soft-style genre functions essential tips of life and living. It's interesting to note that a lot more has been added to the menu on the stable of
that was nailed with Jesus on the cross of Calvary. Mercy, the only greatest tears, the only greatest cry of Jesus was mercy. Mercy. Mercy brought us to this place. Mercy make us to live a good life. Mercy keep us alive. Mercy help us to escape all the attacks of the enemies. Mercy. Ọlọ́run so down òkè yìí pàdé ẹ̀yin ni mo fi ọpẹ́ ẹ̀mí fún.
The birthday boy, Sheye Kende, also enjoyed.
It's a mark of gratitude to God. It's a mark of thanksgiving to God. It's a mark of praise to God and glory to God for keeping us alive. For keeping us alive. It is not to show surplusity. It's not for ostentation.
Service to celebrate Sheye Kende's Golden Jubilee anniversary to a close. There was a special prayer session. This was followed by a special Thanksgiving session.
Father, we thank you for what you have done this morning. We give you praise. And with this, Lord, we come before you to say thank you.
The Mayor of Nigerian Journalism, Mayor Akinpelu, Senator Tokunbo Afikriyomi, Chief Bola Akinolubade, Otumba Adekunle, and Erelu Ojolakwe Ojora. Also in attendance was Fumi Ajila Ladipo, Governor Ibikunle Amosun of Ogun State, who is still severing the distance. Sheye Kende's parents are civil servants who hail from Ishara in Ogun State of Nigeria. He graduated from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife in Osun State with a Bachelor's of Arts degree in History and Political Science. Sheye Kende has a postgraduate diploma in journalism after his youth service program at the Kwara Polytechnic, Ilorin in 1986. He began his journalism career as a writer with Nigerian Herald from 1980.
Very, very humble person, easy to deal with, affable, and extremely polite in all his undertakings. At least I bear personal testimony. One person who would have been here today, even if I couldn't make it, was my wife. Regrettably, she's out of town. She has an engagement, and I'm sure that They know how to connect better than even I know how to reach Sheye. On behalf of the government and people of Lagos State, on behalf of my family, I wish you a very happy birthday. I wish you many happy returns. I wish you long life, but more profoundly, I wish you very sound, sturdy, and robust health.
So I congratulate Sheye and his wife and family on the golden birthday, and I wish to employ him to please continue. Of course, it is natural with him because some years back, I told him, stop prostrating for me in public. People will think I am older than I am. Of course, I'm older than him by 15 years. I'll be 65 in October, God willing. But humility comes from God.
Came to Concord then as a journalist with a B2 car. Sheye was so restless, I said very hardworking, and I could not remember how many times you see him always every time commuting between Ikeja and Lagos Island, Ikoyi, Victoria Island, and so on and so forth. In fact, if you had to ask the Third Mainland Bridge how many times that vehicle passed through, it would be very uncountable times. It was always, sometimes you see him getting back to the office midnight or something, or going home very late. Such was his restless nature. Such was his hardworking.
Sheye was a great reporter. And for every reporter who is here, I want you to give a round of applause to Sheye. Some of the biggest stories of that era, during the Babangida time, were broken by Sheye in the African Guardian. And in 6 months, it was able to show that if you were a star, you couldn't hide. And that people will call a king, and the king wouldn't have to speak for himself. And Sheye was a king of reporting in the African Guardian in those days.
I think I was celebrating my 50th birthday, and he published some screaming headline about the whole affair. And of course, I threatened to take him to court. And somebody said to me, "Have you met the proprietor of the?" I said no. He said, "Well, I think I'll send for him because he's such a nice young man. I'm sure he was misled." So I said, "Okay. It's always better to settle amicably than, in a forceful manner." So of course, Sheye came to see me. I think he must have been prostrating from my gate till he got to my room. And I thought, oh, this it doesn't look like a radical media person. Anyway, we got talking, and of course it was all resolved. So that must be almost 20 years ago. So you can imagine how long I've been coming with Sheye, and I can testify to everything that's been said today, especially the fact that he's a very humble, most unassuming but hardworking young man.
I know what it is to have succeeded this far.
Dance and further merriment. From the Biscon Communications family is wishing Sheye Kende a happy birthday and many happy returns of the day.
Ẹ jẹ́ kó máa lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Dàdúrógó orí ti dé. Kò ṣe é bínú dáwọn ti mọ̀ yẹn. Ọmọ ọdún mẹ́fà hírò ni. Ó sì mi yòóngọ̀ mi àfojúsọ, àfimúsọ, àfẹnusọ kò bàyè wọ rárá.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary. Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita. Do not touch that dial.
it's not what you do once in a while that makes you successful or shapes your life, but it's what you do consistently that makes you stand out. This is Achievers Diary with Nita, the show that celebrates Africans who are making a mark. And I'm so excited to be welcoming you to a fresh season of the show. And today we've got mind-blowing packages for you. And you know, one thing about the show, we celebrate trailblazers, amazing personalities who are touching lives positively, and they help us to make informed choice because you listen to their real life story of how it all started. But before we bring you all the juicy packages, we would like to start with our What's New African story, where we bring you trending happenings in Africa. And today is all about this amazing woman who has broken an amazing record. Who am I talking about? Of course, it has to be the former finance minister, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is doing us super proud as the new DG for World Trade Organization. And guess what? She is the first African and also the first woman to hit that record. So we're celebrating her. We're saying a big congratulations. Let's join Agape for the full story, and when we return, it will be time to have a wonderful time with our record breaker of the week. This is Achievers Diary with Nita. Don't go nowhere.
World Trade Organization made history when the General Council agreed by consensus to select Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala of Nigeria as the organization's 7th Director General. When she takes office on the 1st of March 2021, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala will become the first woman and first African to be chosen as Director General. Her term, renewable, will expire on the 31st of August 2025. Let's take a look at some incredible facts about this unbeatable Amazon. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is married to Ikemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon from Umuahia, Abia State, Nigeria, and they have 4 children, 3 boys and a girl. She was a developmental economist in World Bank for 25 years. Ngozi rose to number 2 position for Managing Director of Operations. As MD, she successfully led several initiatives to assist low-income countries in particular, raising around $50 billion in 2010 from donors for the International Development Association, the World Bank's fund for the poorest nations. She has received honorary degrees from 14 universities worldwide and became a U.S. citizen in 2019 after spending several decades working and studying there. She had 25 years career at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. as a developmental economist, rising to the number 2 position of managing director. This Amazon has accomplished so much and has paved way for many women and young girls to dream big, as nothing is impossible with hard work and perseverance. Achievers Diary with Nita joined the rest of the world to extend its warmest congratulations to Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and wishes her a remarkable tenure in office. Share your thoughts with us through our social media handles displayed on your TV screen. Keep watching Achievers Diary with Nita to be updated on fresh happenings in Africa. I am Agape Okemiri. Many thanks for watching.
I've paid respect to my competitors because that's my nature. I don't criticize other people, I respect them. Competitors who have been saying that she's not a trade expert, they're wrong. I'm a development economist, and you cannot do that without looking at trade. Trade is a central part of development. So I've been doing it my whole career at the World Bank. I was working on trade policy reform in middle and low-income countries at the bank. As finance minister, the customs service in my country reported to me, and that's all about trade facilitation. I helped my country's negotiations with my trade minister on the ECOWAS common external tariffs. I don't know how much more trade you can have than that. So those who say I don't have trade, they're mistaken. I think the qualities I have are even better, because I combine development economics with trade, knowledge, along with finance. And you need those combinations of skills to lead the WTO. So I think I have the skills that are needed. So this is a familiar territory to me, not an alien one. I'm a trade person.
All right, welcome back. This is Achiever's Diary with Nita, and I welcome you to this very edition. Like I mentioned, we've got amazing lineups for you. And one thing I must say about the show, I want to start by saying a very big thank you to everybody that has been showing us super love. We really appreciate your kind messages from time to time. And today we'll be celebrating an amazing personality who has made a mark and is still super relevant. Who are we talking about? And we'll be discussing understanding the power of consistency. Okay, and you can discuss such a very knowledgeable, very interesting topic without bringing someone who understands the quality of staying consistent or being consistent. So who do we have on the show? We have a multiple award-winning publisher, a veteran journalist par excellence who has been in the media industry for over 2 decades and still counting, you guys, and still counting. I'm so excited. And he is a pioneer of the Soft Sale magazine who has celebrated over thousands of people, both home and abroad. So it's time for us to celebrate this person, right? Don't you think so? I mean, you know, you take out time celebrating people and putting smiles on people's face, it just tends to come back to you. And he is one person who has given voice to the voiceless. He has given hope to the hopeless. He's a philanthropist. And one thing I really admire about him is his humility. He is so down to earth. Now you know is a he. Okay. And another thing about him, you wonder, okay, why is this person not in politics? Because he actually studied history and, you know, political science from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. And like I mentioned, he's a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, a leader, and he hails from Ogun State, Nigeria, but he actually was born and raised in Ibadan. Our record breaker of the week is none other than the phenomenal publisher City People magazine. And also the CEO, City People Media Group. Welcome to the show. We've got Dr. Sheye Kende. It feels so good to have you join us on the show, sir.
Same here. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for those kind words.
Oh, thank you so much for honoring our invitation. It means a lot to us. And I would like to start by saying congratulations to City People at 25.
Thank you once again.
That's a huge milestone.
Very huge.
Oh my goodness. I was expecting. I'm so excited. I'm more excited. Okay, you guys, I'm going to tell you a true life story. 2006, somebody brought City People's magazine to me way back in Jos, and I was like, wow, this magazine is awesome. And since then, I fell in love with City People's magazine. Okay, from time to time, I had no idea one day I'm going to be part of City People. Like last year, you did an editorial and I was blown, you guys, because I was like, okay, am I that fashionable? Because they featured me in their, you know, fashion magazine, and I'm so humble, and I say a very big thank you. Thank you so much. And one thing I learned about that is just keep doing what you're doing, because I keep telling my sister that one day I will be, you know, I will meet the boss, the man behind City People. Well, I didn't have an idea how it's going to happen, but time and chance happened, and we met during, you know, a show I was anchoring, and guess who was the keynote speaker? Dr. Sheye Kende was the keynote speaker, and from there, like they say, history, right? The rest is history. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and thank you for doing what you're doing, because you're putting smiles on people's faces, like I mentioned, and it's time for you to be celebrated.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for that. It's amazing.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about City People. 1996, the journey started.
Yes, November 1996. But it started before that.
Okay.
Well, an idea that came to me, I guess, in the early 90s.
Okay.
I was still a student at the Obafemi Awolowo University. Then it was called University of Ife.
Yeah.
And I was reading the usual going to class to read on the weekend, and I had a friend then. We used to sit down, we would talk about Nigeria. We were both students of history and political science, and he now said to me that, so don't I think it'd be a nice idea to have a magazine that will celebrate people, talk about lifestyle and all of that. And that by nature, I seem to have that a flair for that kind of journalism about people. Just because I used to be the one to know what's going on with A, B, C, different people, set of people and all that. So instead it feels, so I started looking at it, and of course I reflected on it and I thought, okay, that would be a good idea. More so it resonates with my course, the course I was doing was also about people and all that. And I decided, okay, fine, let's look at how it goes. But of course I didn't have an idea of how
to go about
it, when it would come, and I just felt someday maybe I'll get back to it. But I was interested in journalism, and I knew that journalism was it for me because I had met with a lot of the prominent people in journalism at that time, the likes of the late Delegiwa, Riepo, the Newswatch group, then people from other media houses at that time. I mean, I knew practically all of them, the editors in chief of all the papers, and even the editors of those papers. I somehow I'd become friends with them. I'll go to their newspaper houses, stations, and all that. And I knew that I had a flair for journalism and all. So that's how it started. Until 1996, when I now decided to actualize that dream.
Wonderful. So it has been a long time dream before 1996. And 1996 it came to light. Okay, let's take you down memory lane. You worked with the late Delegiwa.
Oh yes.
And one thing that got me really stuck, or will I say I was really baffled, was the fact that you wanted to work even when you're not being paid.
Oh yes.
Can you just, because I am saying this because we have a lot of youths that don't want to go through the process. They just want the fast money, the fast life, everything fast. We've seen some horrible videos of guys eating raw chicken, you know, doing all kinds of stuff because they want to be, you know, seen and, you know, being celebrated and all that. But you followed through, you know, the process. So what was that thing about your passion that made you feel, you know what, even if I'm not paid, I just want to do this?
What happened was schools were closed that year. I think it was 1985. And we were all at home, nothing doing. And I felt, okay, fine. Newswatch was just a few meters away from where I lived in Ojota, Lagos here. And I said, okay, let me, and I used to admire Newswatch. I used to see the building, Newswatch, oh, this is where this fantastic magazine is being printed. So I said, let me just go in there one day and see whether I can get a job there and all that. Of course, more so, we didn't know when the universities would be opened. So I went there one morning. I insisted on seeing the editor-in-chief, and the receptionist told me that he wasn't around, but that he had another colleague that was around at that time, Alaji Yakubu Mohammed. He too was one of the executive directors of Newswatch. So I filled the form and he said I should come upstairs. So when I met him, he now wondered what I wanted from him. And I said, well, I just want to be given not a job, but just let me hang around the company, hang around the newsroom. You can send me on message. I just want to be around. And he looked at me like, I mean, I was like being funny. How can I just hang? I said, well, I don't. So when we were done discussing, I told him that I wasn't even interested in whether I was going to pay me or not. He should just let me hang around. That was the whole idea, that I wanted to push papers around, do papers and all that. So I said, well, one, they didn't advertise. Two, it's almost as if they were looking for anybody to play that role. But that he knows that they have a department, which is the library. So perhaps the librarian will need my assistance or service, and I could go upstairs, meet the librarian, and he knows he's there. I should mention that I discussed with him. So I went upstairs and I met him, an elderly man, and I told him what my previous discussion was and all that. And I said, well, it's not as if he has a place, a vacancy, but that he knows if I can come in from time to time, I could help them do newspaper cuttings, I could help them do errands and all, and that was exactly what I wanted. So he now asked me when I was going to start. I said I can start almost immediately because there was something I was doing at home, and that was how I got that temporary vacation job with Newswatch. Of course, no payment, nothing, but he told me that from time to time he would give me stipends to do running around and all that, which was what happened. And I was with them for 4 months. So when I was leaving, they actually had a send-off party for me, and I got an automatic appointment. At any time we were on vacation, I should feel free And
awesome. Don't be a stranger when you're around. That's
so that was how
lovely.
that bit
Wow,
happened.
that's really lovely.
And I enjoyed I enjoyed the assignment. The fact that my job was to prepare the newspaper packages for all the directors early in the morning. I was taking them personally, and I used to look at the late Delegua as
a mentor.
A mentor, and for me to be delivering, for me, I was fulfilled and blown away by that role of just being able to meet with them, and we became friends. They took interest in me, and they encouraged me to go into journalism.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, you guys just heard he was ready to work even when he's not being paid. That's passion. That's passion, because some people will tell you passion help these days, like the way they put it, but it does help because it helps you to, you know, be experienced in the field and understand what the field, you know, entails. Okay, let's talk about, you know, city people. I mean, we're celebrating city people at 25. It's not 2 years, it's not 5 years. So what has been some of the challenges you had to face at the early stage?
Oh, there are a lot of challenges. Funding, we didn't have funding at the beginning. The changes in the economy, prices, inflation, things became more expensive to produce. The value of the naira kept changing, and at a point, it went out of control, and so many problems. But I guess the fact that we had, I mean, God was with us, has always been with us, I would say that. And to that extent, each and every of those, the challenges we face and all that, He's always come up with solutions for us, ideas of how to surmount that, and we've been moving. And of course, if you look at it from the point of view of life, is all about challenges anyway.
Absolutely.
You just keep looking for solutions and pushing and hanging there.
Okay. It sounds very interesting when you just say we just keep pushing, we just keep pushing. But were there times you wanted to give up?
Well, I wouldn't say there was any time, because at the time I went into it, I wasn't pushed into it. I decided
this is what I want
to do at this point. And I knew that going back was not an option, because I was part of another media group, and we didn't have a problem. I just decided it was time to go set up this publication. So I knew that I had nobody to cry back to say, oh, so I'm sorry, because nobody pushed me into it. And I just decided, and I think I had a strong conviction that this idea will fly at the time I went into it, and it did.
Awesome. Can you remember the very publication that gave you your biggest break?
Well, it was one edition on the super singles of that period. We started in November 1996, and before we know what was happening, we were already in 1997. And of course, we did a story. We compiled the list of the hot single babes at that time, and that was the first time any publication would be attempting to come up with about 500 names of single babes in Lagos who are making waves and all that. So those who made the list, those who didn't make, it was so controversial, and that's what some people were like, okay, which paper, city people, blah, blah, blah. And of course, we also backed it up with a lot of publicity. So many people became aware of it. They wanted to see the list, they wanted to see who made the list, who didn't make the list, and all of that. And that got us the mileage that we needed. Yes.
Awesome, awesome. I like that. But in as much as I'm going to say the biggest break, I'd also like to ask, what were some of the awful experience you had while interviewing maybe a guest?
We've had a lot, because really it's been, the stories we reflect, or stories we report, are all stories of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, the good side everybody would want, but the ugly sides and the bad sides, many people would quarrel with and all that. But the good thing is that we do more of the good ones. We celebrate people. We look at the positive area and the contributions of people to humanity and what they're doing and all that. So, but the sides about the ugly ones are the ones about mistakes people make in life, and we also look at it from the point of view of lessons to be learned. That fine,
this has happened.
Yeah, this has happened. If there's a big achiever who now crashed or who had problems with his or her business and all that, we like to know what led to that. What was the mistake the person made, and some people can learn lessons. We can pick lessons from.
Absolutely. Wow, that's brilliant. And you know why? That's why I decided to say, you know what, no any other person will be able to dissect this topic, understanding the power of consistency, because you be consistent. And I ask you those questions deliberately. Were there times you wanted to give up? Were there times you had challenges? And you guys, he had challenges, but he kept on pushing. So after the break, we'll be having more information, and of course we'll be learning more concerning how to understand the power of consistency. Stay tuned. This is Achievers Diary with Nita.
Achievement for me is all about joy. It's all about spending time with your loved ones. It's having to have people around you that you can call your friends. It's all about laughter, and it's also about getting your goals, you know, achieving, reaching your goals, whether you get them or not. I mean, there's always success and failure anyway. It's life. Achievement is just life. My name is Ricardo. Keep watching Achievers Diary with Nita on Biscon TV.
Fellow, aka Shagud Caller, all the way from London. What is achievement? Achievement is something you really look forward to. You work hard, put your heart into it, and you get the dividends of it. And shout out to my personal person, Nita. Watch her show Achievers Diary on Biscon TV. Stay blessed.
For a while now, and we decided that we were going to be having looking at old stories, bring them. But some of the stories we carried 25 years ago, 26 years ago, different stories across the last 25 years. We're going to be publishing them and be presenting them to our leaders to remind them of those stories that made Sydney what it is today in the past. So, and of course, we're also going to still have a day that we will celebrate Sydney at 25, but that will be much later in the year. But we kickstarted the celebration last month by republishing a lot of the stories that made Sydney popular at the early stages. We produced some stories, we produced some cover edition for you to remind those who knew at that time, and even those who were not, to read it at that time. So we believe that because of your support, the support you've gotten from you over the years, and constant support and advice that we get from you, and the respect that we also have for you, sir, because of your contributions to not only the music industry, but the entire entertainment industry. We need to visit you formally to say thank you, sir, in the formal sense, and to also ask for blessings from you because of the anniversary celebration that we are having. So we're here today, sir, to remind you, sir.
My prayer is that now that you have clocked 25 years, the Lord will be with city people.
Amen.
Be with the publisher.
Amen.
And all the team.
Amen.
That are working with you. I believe God always have a way of compensating we, his children. And I know for whatever COVID-19 might have taken or affected in the city people, you will excel this year.
Amen.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Achievers Diary with Nita, and joining us, like I mentioned, we're celebrating City People at 25 on Achievers Diary with Nita today, and we're also having this amazing personality, a phenomenal who has affected lives, and he's still affecting lives. He's none other than Dr. Sheyi Kende, who is the chairman of City People Media Group. And one thing I mentioned about him is his ability to stay consistent in the midst of challenges. So we're talking about understanding the power of consistency. What really is the power behind one staying consistent?
Well, I guess for any successful move in life and all that, you have to be very consistent. You have to take it as given that you must put your all into it. You must be passionate about it. Even if you don't have the passion for that particular thing you're doing, once you know that you need to develop that passion for it, you just make sure that you put your everything you have into it, your thoughts, your energy, even your resources, you put it into it, knowing that at the end of the day, you need that consistency and you need that passion for what you do to succeed in life. And success doesn't come easy like that. I mean, you can't achieve what you want to achieve in a year or 6 months or 2 years. It's a long distance race. It's different from a short one. What do you call that one? The one 100 meters race.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
So it's something you're traveling. It's a long haul, and you need to make sure that you are ready for it, and you can develop that readiness by doing it little by little. But you know that going back is not an option. Failure is not an option. Even when you fail, you learn your lessons on the spot, and you begin to find ways of overcoming those challenges.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, you mentioned something about putting in your resources.
Yeah.
Because most times people will like, why should I pay to study? I've studied what they want me to study already in school. So why should I keep developing myself? Going to say, okay, I want to enroll for some professional course and be a better person at, whatever chosen career it is. So you mentioned using your resources.
Oh, yes.
What were some of the things you had to do, some of the sacrifice you had to make to become, the man we're celebrating today?
Okay, after joining the media, after getting a job and becoming a journalist, I realized that I actually didn't study journalism. So there must be one or two things I need to know, which I wasn't aware of at that time. So I decided I was going to go back to school on my own to study the nitty-gritty of journalism. And of course, there are two schools that came to mind at that time. There was the Daily Times Journalism Institute at Surulere. So I met a few people who told me that it was a good place, they learned a lot. So I went in there and I did 6 months of intensive courses. I studied so many aspects of journalism, photography, writing, everything and all that. Then of course I also went to Nigerian Institute of Journalism at Ogba. That's also where training is being done for journalists and all that. I went to take some courses there and all that. And thank God I did those courses. It made me understand
more about the field.
Yeah, about the field, and of course I knew a bit about every aspect of journalism and all of that. And I now realized that one has to keep updating one's knowledge of whatever you say you're doing. If it's photography, you have to keep updating. If it's reporting, you have to keep updating. And of course, courses, there are short courses that you can do. You don't need to do the long one. You can do 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You learn, and of course, you know that. And of course,
adding value to yourself.
Keep adding value. And to the extent that you put your personal money in it, you take it serious. Or like if somebody says, "Oh, go and study this," you think it's like a gift and all of that.
Yes, wonderful. I must commend you. You're doing so well. But I'm just wondering, why are you not into politics? Because you studied political science, history and political science.
Well, I guess it's the answer.
You had to switch.
I guess you've also given the answer.
Do you have any interest? Okay.
Not that I'm interested in it.
You're not interested in politics?
I like politics because I was trained, in politics, and I have a lot of political friends.
Exactly.
But I've always believed that if you must make a huge success out of journalism or any profession you're doing, don't get attracted to so many things at the same time. I mean,
stay focused.
Yeah, just stay focused. And I've always decided that what I was going to do was journalism. So, I mean, having friends who will say, "Oh, why didn't you join us? Why didn't you come and do?" Of course, I knew that if I did that, I'll be moving slightly away from
deviating,
and it might end up being a big loss for me. Because at the end of the day, there's no way I'll be able to do politics
and still do, they are very serious career.
Things. And I mean, journalism would have been gone for me and all that.
Wow.
So I still wanted to be there, and I think I enjoy what I'm doing. Okay. I'm not really out there to look at other things because in life there'll be distractions.
Yes,
you get people tell you, "Oh, why don't you let's sell this?" Some people go into buying and selling, some people do. But of course, if you know what you want to do and you're enjoying it and you think it's something you can do for a long time, then you have to stay consistent.
Focused and also consistent. Yeah. Wonderful. I like that. And another thing I would like you to talk about is the youths.
Okay.
They don't want to read. I hear some people saying, who is even reading a book today? And I'm blown, like, are you guys living in some stone age? Because readers are leaders and you are a leader. So what is one book that has really transformed you as a person?
Well, I read a lot, and I've always been in love with reading of books and all that, and it also helped. I mean, it also helped to shape me really into who I am today. Because when I was in school, I'd read all the biographies and autobiographies of great people, political leaders in Nigeria, politicians, and I picked little bits here and there from all of them. I mean, I was lucky at that time; books were available, so you could read the biography of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Alhaji Tafawa Balewa, the late Awolowo. I mean, all the leaders across the board, and you could pick. You also understood what was on their mind at that time, their mindset and all of that, and it made you a better journalist, a better writer, you had an historian and understanding of the leadership of Nigeria. So I read books a lot. I read biographies. I read and of course I also read management books because of the nature of what I do, to be able to help manage my business.
What words do you live by? Talking about you reading books, what is one word that maybe you're feeling a bit down? Once you say that to yourself, you're back up.
Option.
Failure is not an option.
Yeah. So for me, that's I keep telling myself that when I see challenges and I want to give up, I would say, "Oh, what else would I do? I mean, what excuse? Who would I even go and give an excuse? Okay, fine, this is because of this." So I just decide, okay, fine, there's a challenge. Let's see how we can resolve it. Let's see how we can
come up with a
solution. And if there's a solution, we will know that we have tried our best. It's not out of not trying, not having tried. And more often than not, when you try, you see other opportunities and then you move on to it.
Wonderful. How is C2 People celebrating the anniversary?
Well, what we decided last year was that rather than celebrate C2 People anniversary on a particular date or a day, we should celebrate it all through 2021. Okay. And this is because of the fact of the sector we belong to, the media sector. It's been really hit by the economic situation of the country.
The pandemic,
of course, the pandemic, the economy itself not doing well, and all of that. And of course, the fact that social media has also taken over, and it's a big challenge to print. So we felt, if we're going to celebrate 25 years of City People, why don't we actually celebrate, do the celebration in such a way that it will rub off positively on the product? Because selling the hard copy, the print now is very difficult. People, like you said, people are not reading. Everybody now wakes up and sleeps on the phone. They get all the information they need on the phone.
Okay.
So in a way,
you're switching to social.
And all of that. So we felt, okay, fine. Whilst we're also responding to that, the only way we can keep this product alive is to continue to do stories, do things that will divert people back a bit to what, because we have a core set of loyal readers who like to hold their, don't let the print
production
stop
okay.
and all that. So we're locked between sustaining what we have, and at the same time,
The
also
social media, but
yes,
the social media gives you more reach.
It does.
Because it
It
gives you
does.
like a global reach.
Of course,
People,
it does.
you know,
It does.
read and watch.
The instant
yes, the
feedback
instant
you get,
show as well.
Yeah, instant feedback you get, you can't get
It's
it
mind
with print.
blowing. Exactly.
Yeah. So social media has its own benefits, and
Mm-hmm.
the print also has. So we try to balance the two. Of course, we reduce the print run of the print so as to be able to meet up with the leadership that exists in that sector.
Wonderful.
And we plan to keep the two going. Yeah.
Fantastic. Right now, I want you to talk about, you know, the youth, because sometimes they just make decisions as if nobody is talking to them anymore. They just want to be out there. If you have an opportunity to talk to that man who is about making a crazy decision, I saw a particular one. The guy is about selling his kidney. I once did something about somebody selling kidney, but this one is a recent stuff, and the families are just, you know, crying, go to some Malaysia or some places and sell his kidney because nothing is working for him. What would be your advice to that young man?
Well, my own advice to the youths generally is that they should take charge of their lives in terms of deciding this is what I want to do. I still had to struggle to raise funds. All those who promised to support me did not support. They failed. I had to go back. I was driving my mom's Volkswagen at that time. I had to sell it to add to the money that I needed to be able to raise. I so much believed in my projects that I felt, and that was what made me. Because immediately I realized that all the promises people made,
it's easy said than done.
Yeah, they were not ready to. And I said, and somehow that thing kept ringing in my brain that this project will work. This project will work. And the only thing stopping me from actualizing my dream were the funds I needed. And I felt, of what purpose is it to acquire over a period of time? I sold everything and I put all the money, because there was nobody that was willing to. And of course, it was either I did. It was, if I didn't do that at that time, I also believed that
you would have switched to something
else. And I didn't want to lose focus. I didn't want to drop that idea, because I could actually see it and feel it that this thing would work out if only I had.
You could see the big picture.
Yeah, big picture. That if only I had little money to put into it. So I didn't think twice before I sold some of the things I had, and of course made the money and then plowed it back into business. So they should be ready for the long haul. They should be ready for the challenges. Challenges will always come. It will always come. And so once they factor all of that, and then keep looking at the bigger picture, and keep being positive. But that's another thing that helps me. I'm always very positive. I'm very, very positive. I always look at the positive sides to life and all of that, and to know that, okay, even this challenge that is facing you right now is to help you step up to the next level. So if you have that at the back of your mind, some of the challenges you will face, you will take it in your strides. You take it in good faith and say, okay, fine, maybe this is to help me go to the next level. There's also a philosophy that says that for you to move from one level to another, there must be a little challenge that would.
New levels, new devils.
Yes.
Wonderful. You are one person who is so down to earth. You're so humble. Your humility is second to none.
Thank you.
Were there some things that you had to face that you said, you know what?
Bringing. She kept on instilling it in me and all that. And I saw that she too had that humility in her. And there was one day I asked her that, why are you this humble? How come even people who can be your son or daughter, you respect them, you rate them high, you talk to them as if they're older than you and all that. And the answer was so simple. She said, what has it taken away from her?
Wow.
So I couldn't answer. Has it added? I said yes. So that's the answer to my question.
Awesome.
So I just realized that, I mean, of what purpose is it if
you're cocky,
and all of that and that kind of stuff, and why don't you just remain? And it helps you a lot. I mean, you don't.
It opens more
doors. People respect you more. You get people offering you services, opportunities for free that you don't need to. And once all of that is that, why are you now trying to create new levels for yourselves and all of that? So that's she actually is the person behind that bit, because I learned a lot from her and humility is very, very. She kept on. It was the song I kept. If I mean, you don't lose anything. Rather, it adds a lot.
Absolutely.
To you.
How will you describe your relationship with your dad? Because you talk so much about your mom.
Oh yes, he was my role model until he died. I mean, if there was anything that really hit me was when he died, because I wanted to impress him. I wanted to show him that I could achieve my. He told me to be a lawyer and all that.
So you defend the family.
And all of that. So he kept on until he died. He kept on asking me, "I hope you haven't forgotten going back to Lidl." I said, "No, I haven't forgotten," and all that. So even when I became a journalist and he saw that I was doing well and all that, he said, "Yeah, you're doing well, but please don't forget the
law
aspect and
Go
all that."
study law.
So he's someone I really admire and someone I looked up to.
Okay.
And he was like my role model. There was somebody I kept looking at. And
what were some of the unforgettable lessons you took from him?
Oh, hard work, being consistent, reading.
Wow.
Because I read. He had a library of books that I got exposed to. Then of course, I used to see him. You keep reading, and I'm like, what's this man reading or looking for in this? So I took interest in newspapers, and I fell in love with newspapers through him.
Wow, wonderful. In case you're just joining, this is Achievers Diary with Nita, and we've been having a wonderful time with this amazing man, Dr. Seyi Kehinde, who is, on the show today. Okay, before we switch to other stuff, what will be your last word as touching understanding the power of consistency?
Well, my last word is that in anything we do, we should be very consistent. We should take a long-term view of what we're doing. Long-term meaning it's a long distance. It's not you're not going to achieve success in the short term. In case it doesn't come in the short term, you won't be disappointed.
Yes,
and you'll know that you still have to go further. Still have to go further before you get this we're all looking for.
That's lovely, because I know somebody that would just say today is acting, tomorrow is comedy, next tomorrow is fashion, and at the end of the day you don't tend to achieve anything because you don't see it through. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, I want to quickly take feedback, but we're just going to pick few because we had some people that have sent in their messages. So this is the feedback segment where we get reactions from our viewers and also people from social media, and we'll just be picking few. Okay, and most of it that I picked is actually centered around our amazing personality we're celebrating today, our record breaker of the week in the person of Dr. Seyi Kehinde. Okay, this is coming from Tayo. Tayo from London says, Nita, wow, this is amazing. I must watch this episode. You're featuring my hero and my mentor. Congratulations to City people. I'm really looking forward to the big party. More achievements, sir. And he says, our African opera, yeah, they've changed the Nigerian thing to African opera now. You're just bagging all the awards. I really appreciate everybody that's been recognizing us. We appreciate. He says, keep shining and more grace, sir. That's from Tayo. Okay, we have Mrs. Chi Amaka. Okay, a lot of personal one. I'm just going to skip. Well done, my dear. I really admire your boldness and you inspire me a lot. I'm so grateful for that. Please tell Otumba that we are his great followers and we read his magazines non-stop here in Abuja. He's doing a wonderful job and congratulations to him. I pray that God will keep him in good health to keep putting smiles on people's faces. I love you, Nita. African opera. Okay, thank you for that. Then we have Sarah from Port Harcourt. She says, well done, beautiful. Today is my birthday. Please do something special for me. Aha. There they go. What special stuff am I going to do for Sarah? Okay, I'll just maybe he will say a word of prayer or something. Maybe a very wonderful message to you, okay? Sarah is +1 today and she wants something special to be done to her.
Well, let me pray for her and say that I wish her many more years in good health, in love and happiness.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir. Wow, that's a special birthday gift. Don't you think so? Okay, so we've done something special for you. I'm sure you're not expecting anything from your girl. She said, your guest is a great man that respects family values a lot. I'm tired of living with a man. Wow, this is a bit personal though. I'm tired of living with a man that has no such values. I've endured three years, wow, 3 years of abuses and betrayal from, my husband, and my family are insisting I stay and work out for the sake of my child. I love City People's Magazine a lot. Nita, you're doing a great job. You're so unique. You're doing us proud, and we love you. Thank you, and I love you right back. Okay. Wow, I'm always very, very disturbed when I see stuff about domestic violence, people staying in toxic relationship and stuff like that. And she categorically stated that you're one person that understands family values. Before we go into what she's saying, what does family values really mean to you?
Well, it means that in anything you do, you have to place family first. You have to make sure that that aspect of your life is organized in terms of because there are work values, that there are family values.
Yeah.
You have to be able to balance the two, work, family, relationship, and all of that. So you have to make sure that is there, and of course you have to also make sure that you play that role, because these are roles that you need to play to make sure that your family is intact, they don't lack support and attention and love that you need to give. So it's not about money, really. It's about you being there, you being able to help resolve whatever challenges that come down. And even if there are no challenges, just show them love and encouragement and be there for them.
Wonderful. Okay, now she's talking about, staying in a toxic relationship, and she said for the past 3 years she had to endure abuses and also betrayals, and her family are insisting she stays because of her child.
Well, I guess that for most marriages, we also have what I can call support system, either from the church or from family members and all that. And I guess it's always good to also exhaust all those possibilities in terms of, but there are certain things that you won't see that they will see. There are certain pieces of advice that they would come up with that can also help you. Because it's not, at times you look at it, it's not every relationship that you think looks good that is actually good. People are also enduring, people are also trying to find solutions new solutions to the challenges they're faced with. So I would advise that perhaps she still give her marriage a second thought, look at possibilities that exist that she can benefit from.
We've had situations where people endure like that and they end up, in a body bag. So if it's a toxic relationship, like I would say, I'm not in the best position to advise, but you know what you want. I love me enough, and I'm not going to stay in a toxic relationship. So I pray you make a right decision. So you don't say, Nita's actually my husband. Okay, this is time for the quick question. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's your boy S to the MRC. I want to talk about Achiever's Diary. It's on Biscon TV. Hope you agree. Saturdays and Mondays, 8:30 p.m. Nita, Nigerian opera, yeah. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Stay tuned on Biscon TV. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Better tune in on Biscon TV. Yeah, with your girl Nita. So fine, so fresh from the head to the toe. You should know. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Check it out on Biscon TV. Yeah, talking about the Nigerian opera. Yeah, I think you should know her. She's so fine from the head to the toe, and she got the kind of lyrics and the flow make you know, say, the matter they heat up. Everybody coming up, man, we flex up. Better know, not a door at all. See with the ball, Achiever's Diary. I hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Tune in on Biscon TV. Tune in, what you waiting for? What you waiting for? Yeah.
Welcome back. This is time for the quick question where we have our guests pick 5 different questions from this box, and at the end of the day I will do the reading. So you pick and you give it to me.
Okay.
And you answer the question in quick succession.
Okay.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. First on the list, in case you're just tuning in, this is Achiever's Diary with Nita. We have this amazing man, Dr. Shay Kende, and he has dissected the topic, understanding the power of consistency. I'm sure you've learned a thing or two from that, because I've learned a lot from this amazing man, because he's got so much knowledge to share. Okay, the first one says, what are the 3 things you can never live without?
Books.
Okay.
Water.
Water is life.
What else again? My glasses.
Your glasses.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Awesome.
I do a lot of writing.
Okay. What's your greatest inspiration?
The life of successful people
Inspires you a lot. Wonderful. Wonderful. And you inspire us a lot too.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, wow. What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
The most adventurous. Let me think. I don't know which one I will call the most adventurous. I'm just reviewing now. I'm looking back and.
What were some of the crazy risks you had to take?
Maybe traveling at night.
Okay. Was it by road?
By road, yes. Driving at night.
You were driving yourself at night?
Myself at night, yes.
Tell us, how was that journey?
It was
it scary?
It was scary.
Okay.
Because, of course, you ask yourself if anything happens at that time of the night, maybe like 2 a.m.
Were you alone in the car? Wow.
I had to get back to Lagos that night to
meet deadlines.
Deadlines and all that. And
awesome.
it was very scary.
Okay, this one says, what would you like to be remembered for?
For affecting lives, for encouraging people, for being able to also contribute my own little quota to the development of society.
Wonderful. I like that. Wow. Okay. This one says, what's your favorite hashtag? Whenever you finish posting something, you just have this hashtag, maybe hashtags, failure is not an option. I don't know.
My favorite one. Yeah, failure. No, not failure is not an option. Don't give up.
Don't give up. Keep pushing. Nice hashtag. Okay. Before you go, tell us what next you're working on and what we should be looking out for.
Well, our focus right now is, like I said, one is to keep the hard copy going, and also to strengthen our online platform. We're looking at being very, very, very strong online, whilst at the same time not dropping the print edition.
Okay, that's lovely. And you're also bringing up with the TV and stuff like that?
Oh yes, all that is part of the online.
Oh, okay. You want to focus on the online?
Yes, because that's the way the industry is going. And the earlier you put in place all the structures to make sure that you can play big in that sector, the better. So what we're trying to do now is to make sure that we activate all the possible platforms that we can activate, and make sure that at least we're strong online. Yeah,
that's lovely. So what's your last word for aspiring journalists and also the young ones?
Well, I guess the 2 key words is hard work.
Hard work.
And consistency.
And consistency. Hard work and consistency. And our topic has been understanding the power of consistency. Thank you so much for coming on the show. And we'd like to say a big thank you with this little package. It's a little package. We want to give our guests bigger packages. So support us, okay?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're most welcome, sir.
And thank you for having me on your program.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for honoring your invitation, irrespective of your tight schedules and everything. And yes, he is humble. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before we go, we'll be leaving you with the health tips, okay? Stay tuned and remember to keep your dreams alive and don't let it die. I've had a wonderful, wonderful time with our record breaker of the week. And congratulations once more to City People at 25. Okay, see you soon.
Glad to have you on another informative edition of Health Tips on Achiever's Diary with Nita. Today, we will be looking at home and natural remedies for toothache. If you have a toothache, it's important to figure out what's the cause of your discomfort. From there, you can determine how to best relieve any pain, swelling, or other symptoms. Some of the helpful home and natural remedies for toothache are salt water rinse. Salt water is a natural disinfectant and it can help loosen food particles and reduce inflammation and also to heal any oral wounds. Hydrogen peroxide rinse. Hydrogen peroxide rinse may also help to relieve pain and inflammation. It kills bacteria, reduces plaque, and heal bleeding gums. Cold compress. Cold compress relieves any pain you're experiencing, especially if any type of trauma has caused your toothache. It causes the blood vessels in the area to constrict. This makes pain less severe, as the cold can also reduce swelling and inflammation. Garlic. For thousands of years, garlic has been recognized and used for its medicinal properties. Not only can it kill harmful bacteria that cause dental plaque, but it can also act as a pain reliever. Vanilla extract. Vanilla extract contains alcohol that can help to numb pain. To use this method, dab a small amount of vanilla extract with a cotton ball and apply it directly to the affected area a few times per day. You can try these remedies at home and enjoy a healthy fit. See you next time. I'm Agape Okemiri.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary. Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita. Do not touch that dial.
Hello, on Biscon TV, time for newspaper headliners. What you hear here are headline stories from many newspapers, and we give context and clarity to the stories. So the papers that are here, let's go through them one after the other. The Nigerian Tribune is first, leads with NSA, that's National Security Advisor in Benue, says attacks tragic and evil.
Yeah.
But then let me announce Citizen Jones Hussein, my co-anchor is Tumi Olowe. Tumi, I welcome you.
Thank you, Citizen Jones.
Yeah, this story, NSA in Benue. The attacks are evil and tragic.
They are, and they've always been. It's just unfortunate that negative news have more mileage in media than the good deeds that
to me,
bad news sells.
Be careful how you pry into that one. For the journalists, it is said the more gory the story, the more it makes news.
Because in the last 7-8 months, the Nigerian Armed Forces had a whole lot of success against bandits
and these merchants of
yes, but you know that does not make the headline. It's when we have all these, and it paints a very
Hello, folks. I greet you. Let's take on newspaper headliners on Biscon TV. We'll give context to the stories we are going to share with you in the hope that you'll step out there, buy your favorite newspaper or papers so you avoid gut reactions. The papers are here. So in no particular order, let's start with this day. This day newspaper leads with this one. It's a banner headline, PDP in disarray. PDP is the major opposition party in the country. And of course, what has hit the PDP in the last 24, 48 hours is the gale of defections in a major political earthquake. That's what the paper is saying, measuring a high Richter magnitude, like an earthquake. Okowa, a former vice presidential candidate, Bori, governor of Nigeria's oil-rich Delta State, along with all local government chairmen and the party's political machinery, have defected to the ruling People's All Progressive Congress, APC. Now, APC welcomes defectors, gives deadline of May 29. Wondering if the May 29 is the date, the last date for defection. Wike, the FCT minister, salutes Okowa and the rest. Why the defection matters, the paper gives you what we know and what happens next. So get a copy of this day, read the stories, digest the details. It makes you play safe. All right, other stories or minor pieces on the front page of this day include Wale Edu, that's the Wale Edu is the Minister of Finance, coordinating means of the economy. He reveals forensic audit of NNPC ongoing, So auditing the books at the NNPCL is key here. He declares Nigeria's economy is in a better position to withstand United States tariff shock. Cardoso, that's the CBN governor, he's explaining or declaring that orthodox monetary policy has a stabilized economy. Dangote joins the World Bank's investment laboratory to advance job creation in emerging markets. Okay, that's quite a read, a delightful feast of reading for you in this day today. Below that, the headline is this one: Tinubu to intelligence chiefs, enough is enough. And might I add, enough is already too much. In the picture story there, you see Mr. President with the defense chiefs after the parley. So we expect something to happen very, very soon regarding the battle on insecurity. Okay, so much about this day. The next paper is this, the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust leads with 2027, allow younger people to run, Baba Ahmed tells Tinubu. Just the other day, a group had told former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to allow the younger generation throw their hats into the ring. Now, this is coming from Baba Ahmed. Baba Ahmed, until yesterday, in a manner of speaking, was an advisor to President Tinubu. He resigned, and so he's from the other side of the coin, or the other side of the field. He's saying, Mr. President, allow younger people to run. This one, Delta Governor Atiku's running mate. Others joined APC. We just talked about that in this day newspaper. So read that. And this one, insecurity, enough is enough. President tells security chiefs. As I told, the picture we highlighted in this day is on the front page of the Daily Trust. Mr. President, who is #1 citizen and commander-in-chief, had a parley with security chiefs in the country. The photograph is there. Okay, from the Daily Trust, we'll take on the Daily Sun. The lead story is this one. PDP bleeds as Delta Governor and Rep join APC. Is it a bleeding? How deep is the bleeding? You read the details in the Daily Sun this morning. They write that Atiku Wike should leave PDP immediately. Body Judge is saying this. Chief Body Judge is a chieftain of the PDP. He says former VP and FCT Minister Wike should leave the party immediately. Okay, how about these ones? Killings. Tinubu issues fresh marching orders to security chiefs. Says enough is enough. That's up there. And below the masthead is IMF to federal government. Don't sideline poor Nigerians in energy subsidy reforms. That's an advice I think the federal government will consider as the president unveils energy transition plan. So the IMF is saying, take care of poor Nigerians while you are dealing with energy subsidy reforms. Okay. Airlines suspend flights as NIMET workers embark on indefinite strike. I think it's a safe thing to do at a time like this. NIMET is Nigerian Meteorological Services. You know. Nigeria moving towards totalitarianism. This is a warning coming from the Arewa Consultative Forum, ACF. Cautions against defections. Marwa canvasses drug test for core members, prospective couples, and so on. Retired Brigadier General Buba Marwa, a former governor of Lagos State military, is now heading the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. He is canvassing a drug test for core members in the country. Do you understand what is or where it's coming from? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He is recommending drug tests for couples and others. Read the details in the Daily Sun this morning. Have you heard this? 2 killed, soldier injured in Plateau community ambush. Plateau State, one of the states bleeding, if you understand what I mean. It is not out of place to have these depressing stories from there. 2 killed, soldier injured in Plateau community ambush. Please read that as well. Now, the next paper for review is the New Telegraph. The lead story: insecurity. Enough is enough. I want results. Tinubu tells security and intelligence chiefs. That's how the headmaster behaves. With everybody into line. A word, they say, is enough for the wise. I trust the security chiefs, along with their colleagues in the intelligence community, will take heed. This one, Defections: Oberevori, Okowa, others collapsed Delta PDP structure into APC. The news is no longer new, so read that too. And allowances. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to settle ASU and others. Those who would be tempted to say it's too little, too late, but better late than never, as they say. So means the government is sparing a thought for ASU and others regarding the tussle between the bodies and the federal government. Okay, global uncertainty. Nigeria must streamline public spending. The International Monetary Fund is telling us this, and it's telling us this advisedly. So it's a two-way street. Trust the government will streamline its public spending. Okay. NLC to Adelabu. Adelabu is the Minister of Energy. Millions of Nigerians forced to choose between food, electricity bills. What's the story all about? This one, Obi in Vatican says Pope Francis left legacy of light. The popular opinion, and I share the sentiment, is that Pope Francis, a friend of the poor and the needy, was a good man, according to President Donald Trump. He was a likable pontiff. So Peter Obi of the Labour Party is in the Vatican to join the mourning crowd. But perhaps I should inform here that Nigeria presently has 4 cardinals, and only one of them is mandated to join the College of Cardinals to determine who the next pope is. The Nigeria's 4 cardinals are Francis Cardinal Arinze, is the oldest, 92 years. Anthony Cardinal Okoje is 88. John Cardinal Onayekon is 81 rather, and Peter Cardinal Okpaleke of Anambra State. Okpaleke at age 62 is the only cardinal qualified to be one of the College of Cardinals to determine a successor of Pope Francis. Now you know that. Okay then. The Punch is another paper here. Let's take a look at the lead story. 2027 power shift. Opposition weakens as more PDP governors and senators eye APC. Whereas we are talking about a defecting Delta governor, Governor Oberevori, a former vice presidential candidate, and others, you know. Delta Governor Okowa, Oshun, Jigawa PDP chieftains, others defect to APC. PDP, Bode George attacks, PDP and Bode George attacks Tinubu. Are they suggesting that Mr. President is responsible for the defection? Of course, you have a way of solving the riddle by reading the Punch and watching the stories. Now, INEC moves to legalize voting without PVC. This is a new one. Would it help matters? Would it compound matters? You find out as you turn to page 8 of the Punch this morning, or today rather, and read that up. Federal government grants tax waivers to Dangote, Mikano, 103 others. I think the government knows why it is giving these waivers. I'm interested, so I'll swap the details. Okay. United States indicts Nigerian for $690,000 scam, false citizenship claim. Who is the man at the center of it? The details are in the Punch today. Read it. Lagos local government chairman aspirant withdraws for Obasa's son. Okay, Obasa's son wants to run for chairman of the Agege local government area. So an aspirant is withdrawing his intention. Find out who that is. A picture story on the front page of the Guardian, the Punch rather, shows Mr. President along with his service chiefs and intelligence bosses. Read that up too. Next will be the Nation newspaper. The lead story. Okay, still talking about the defections. Nation gives a different slant to it. Borrowbury, Okowa defects to APC with entire Delta PDP. Did you see that coming? I didn't. Now it is here. In politics, anything is possible. So read the details in the Nation this morning. Governor leads all political appointees, leaders at all levels to ruling party. Atiku's 2023 running mate leaves. That's Peter Okowa. All right. This one, how Nigeria's reforms are faring by Edu and Cardoso. Well, we dealt with this earlier on. Edu is the Minister of Finance, and Cardoso is the Central Bank Governor. They should know, since they are economists, how Nigeria's reforms are faring and how do we stand. The details are in the Nation this morning. And this one, Kayamo intervenes in NIMET workers' face-off. So is his intervention going to halt the strike by NIMET workers? You find out. Okay, Lagos bans expectant mothers from Hajj. I don't know what the law says, but I know that the Hajj is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. So if a woman is expectant, is heavily pregnant, should she undertake the trouble of going to the Holy Land? The government in Lagos bars them, expectant mothers from Hajj. Take out terrorists. President orders security chiefs. Of course, the picture story on the front page of the Nation. Pictures were told never tell lies. They tell stories. Mr. President, who is also Commander-in-Chief, is with them there. I have the Guardian next. The Guardian is here. Hurdles for opposition parties as APC wins more governors and others. That's still talking about the defection. Okay. What are the hurdles for opposition PDP in this wise? You will find out when you read the details. Minor pieces include this one. These ones. Lagos has shortfall of 66,000 doctors and nurses, says government. Government should know. When there's a shortfall of that number, then something is wrong somewhere. begs the question, is there anything we can do to keep professionals away from traveling out? All right, scandals. President won't allow Akpabio to step aside, say senators. Well, the senators should know why. This is suggesting Mr. President holds the number 3 citizen in high esteem. So the Senate President should play ball, if you understand what I mean. Yeah. ECOWAS to relocate institutions from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Know that ECOWAS is 50 years old this year. It was established in 1975. So it's 50 years, and so relocating institutions from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, you must know why. These are the 3 ECOWAS members that have military heads in place in their countries. WHO to downsize operations amid major funding cuts. Well, know that the WHO is experiencing funding cuts provoked by President Trump of America. So the WHO is constrained to downsize. That's trim its workforce. Well, we've been unfairly blamed for insecurity in Imo. IPOB laments. That's a lament for this season. Has the IPOB really been unfairly blamed for the insecurity in the region? Just read the story, read the details, and you'll come to terms with what you thought was missing. 10 billion naira Aso Rock solar project and admission of power sector failure, says Huriwa. Huriwa is the human rights writers. They have the right to the sentiment expressed here. But question, is it coming from facts at their disposal? Again, reading the story in The Guardian today clears every doubt. Insecurity. Tinubu security chiefs in talks. 36 governors discuss crisis in Abuja. So we are told when men and mountains meet, great things are done. So if Mr. President, the 36 state governors plus the FCT minister, in addition to security chiefs, are discussing insecurity, a great thing will be done in that regard. What about this? The Vanguard is here. It leads with this. 2027, Tinubu tightens grip on Southeast, South-South in gale of defections. The defections we're having is a gale, like sweeping across the land. Are we going to have more defections? Don't conjecture, just read the details in the Vanguard today. Insecurity, enough is enough. President tells National Security Advisor and security chiefs. Okay, that's how a commander-in-chief behaves. Flush bandits out of Kwara in 1 month. Chief of Army Staff orders troops. The new bandits threatening Kwara State is a little something my humble self didn't imagine. So, but it's here. And so the Chief of Army Staff is telling the army, flush them out. Okay, call the bluff of these bandits. Nigeria names 17 athletes for 2025 World Relays. Tells you regardless of everything, Nigeria is still, as a member of the human community, engaged in activities that promote communalism. You know, no country can be an island, we are told. Okay. Edwin, who's international investors. Edwin is the Minister of Finance. Cardoso to investors. CBN will strengthen processes to sustain confidence. A lot of confidence building is needed at this time so investors can come. That is the only way to to swim out of the rough waters. Anti-party activities. Atiku Wike should leave PDP immediately. Body George is saying this. Body George is a chieftain of the PDP. He says both former Vice President Atiku and the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike are indulging in anti-party activities that they should be flushed out. Okay. All right. I'm done with that. Perhaps we'll take the last but not least paper now, the Nigerian Tribune. The lead story. Why we joined APC. Delta Governor Okowa and others are telling us why. Are you interested in that? I am too, so I'll read the details too. When you do that, it will take away your tendency to opinionate, Facts are sacred, only comment is free. Some writers here explain how Ibadan PDP governors meeting aided the exit. The PDP governors met some time ago at Ibadan. Senator Kawu dumps NNPP for APC in Kano. That's talking about the gale, of defections. Edo LP Senator Imaswen set to defect to APC. What are we seeing? The gale. 610 Osun federal lawmaker. Okay. Or is it okay? Quits PDP. We are not told where he's going to. You find out if you read the details in the Tribune today. NLC tackles power minister on claims of adequate electricity supply to 150 million Nigerians. Was the minister deliberately exciting the NLC? Are the minister's facts correct? NLC is tackling him regarding electricity supply in my country, your country. PENCOM recovers 1.58 billion naira from defaulting employers as pension assets hit 23 trillion. 1.58 billion to 23 trillion is microscopic, So there should be a lot of recovery for pensioners. All right. Chief of Army Staff orders troops to clear Kwara and Niger of bandits in 1 month. Is this a tall order? The COAS, Chief of Army Staff, knows the army can. Another 2 killed, over 20 farms destroyed by bandits in Plateau. That's still talking about the ongoing freewheeling of the merchants of death in that state. 2027, why we will back Tinubu, CPC bloc is telling us. And of course, you know that CPC is one of the 4 parties that merged to form the APC. The others being the ACN, if you recall, APGA, and one other party. I seem to have forgotten that. Okay. Flight operations disrupted as NIMET workers down tools. Airpeace suspends flight. Of course, the minister in charge of Minister of Aviation, I should tell you, has stepped into the matter. We did end the strike. Okay. And allowances. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to ASU and other unions. I asked earlier on if 50 billion was just a little too much, a little, was too little, too late. You read the story, get the details. Ahead of burial, thousands queue to catch glimpse of Pope Francis's body. The body is lying at the Vatican, as we speak. Be there, a new Pope. And the Pope Francis will be buried on Saturday. And thereafter, the College of Cardinals will determine who the next Pope is. Okay, that will be just it on papers today. Ours is to guide you, the stories to look out for. Go out there, get the papers of your choice, sort the stories, and you'll be better informed and educated. I'm done. I'm Jones Hussein. Bye-bye now. Take care. Hello, welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. 2027 power shift. Opposition weakens as more PDP governors and senators defect to the APC. President Tinubu demands fresh security blueprints from intelligence chiefs. In business, Nigeria seeks return to JP Morgan bond index. In foreign news, Russia launches Kyiv missile attack hours after Trump blamed Zelensky. In sports, Nigerian Tennis Federation targets tennis development, certified 40 coaches. And now the news in detail. Opposition political parties, especially the People's Democratic Party (PDP), the New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP), and the Labour Party (LP), are bleeding as some of their prominent members have dumped their platforms for the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC). Concerned by the wave of defections to the APC, the PDP, NNPP, and the coalition of united political parties have accused the APC-led federal government of exploiting state resources to coerce their members and other politicians into switching allegiance to the ruling party. In response, the APC welcomed the defectors, dismissed the claims from the PDP and NNPP as unfounded, asserting that politicians were willingly joining the party because of the significant achievements of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. In other news, President Bola Tinubu has ordered a security outreach to the hotbeds of recent killings, Plateau, Benue, and Borno, to restore peace to areas racked by mass killings and bomb attacks. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu revealed this to State House correspondents after a 4-hour security briefing with the president at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja, on Wednesday. Ribadu explained that after an extensive briefing, intelligence chiefs received fresh instructions to restore peace, security, and stability across Nigeria. The NSA described Tinubu as worried and concerned and said he directed that all security arms be deployed around the clock.
Mr. President, is insisting and working so hard to ensure that we have peace, security, and stability in our country. We gave him what is going on, and we also assured him that work is ongoing and continuous. And we are very happy, very satisfied with the instructions and the directives given by Mr. President this evening. He is so worried and concerned. He insisted that enough is enough, and we are working and to ensure that we restore. We feel that we have done enough to believe that we are on the right course and will be able to be on top of things.
The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has assured investors that Nigeria remained a safe destination for investment. Edun gave the assurance on Wednesday at the Nigeria Investment Forum during the ongoing World Bank IMF meetings at Washington, D.C. Edun noted that the government was working to ensure fiscal stability. The minister said that the administration was intensifying efforts to diversify and stabilize the economy. He said that optimization of assets was another route to closing the gap in the budget. Edun added that President Bola Tinubu's administration had implemented foundational reforms that were already producing positive results, with the Nigerian economy showing signs of growth. We'll go on a break now and return with business news. Welcome back. In business, let's tell you that the Director General of the Debt Management Office, DMO, Patience Oniha, said Nigeria was in advanced discussions with JP Morgan to re-enter the government bond index and renew investors' confidence. Oniha disclosed this on Wednesday at a Nigerian Investors Forum on the sidelines of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund IMF Springs meeting at Washington, D.C. The DMO boss explained that Nigeria had enjoyed favorable credit assessment among rating agencies in recent times on the back of the sweeping reforms initiated by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Nigeria was removed from the JP Morgan Index in 2015, ostensibly due to its deviation from orthodox monetary policies and influence of capital control in its management of foreign exchange. We observe another break and return with foreign news. Welcome back. In foreign news, let's tell you that Russia launched a missile attack Thursday on Kyiv, killing at least 2 and wounding dozens after US President Donald Trump lashed out at Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky for refusing to accept Moscow's occupation of Crimea as a peace deal. The Ukrainian capital was attacked by enemy missiles in the early hours, with flights of drones head across the city, according to reports, as residents hid in bomb shelters. City Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said 2 people were killed and 54 others wounded so far in the attack. Hours earlier, Trump had said a peace deal was very close and effectively closed with Moscow, but accused Zelensky of being harder to negotiate with. The Ukrainian president's refusal to accept US terms for ending the conflict, which began with Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, would do nothing but prolong the killing field, he said. We observe another break now for sports news. Welcome back. In sports, let's tell you that no fewer than 40 coaches have completed a week-long International Tennis Federation National Level 1 tennis coaching course organized by the Nigeria Tennis Federation at Abuja. According to a report, the participants, drawn from 6 geopolitical zones in the country, were presented with their certificates at a closing ceremony on Wednesday. The coaching course, which began on April 14, ended on Wednesday at the National Tennis Center, Package B, Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. NTF Technical Director and Course Instructor Rotimi Akinloye explained that the training provides hope for the future of tennis in Nigeria, as young coaches learn modern teaching methodologies and technical knowledge to effectively guide players. Final break for entertainment news. Welcome back. In entertainment news, let us tell you that Fuji icon Wasiu Ayinde Marshall, popularly known as K1 the Ultimate, has expressed his love for the Celestial Church of Christ, admitting he was a bona fide and proud member of the church. Ayinde, a practicing Muslim, made this known during a pre-recorded interview on Wednesday. The Celestial Church of Christ, popularly called Sele, is a white garment church which was founded by the late Samuel Oshofa. According to him, in his quest to know God, he became a member of the church and was proud to have joined. He relished the fact that he explored both Islam and Christianity in the journey to know God and had never regretted his actions. Well, that's the news for now on Biscon TV, compiled and produced by Stella Opara. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
Pasa no way, yes, they got fun of Alabama straight up. Memuanya, 100 out of Wakam. They got fun of Alabama straight up. Men pasa no way, yes, they got fun of Alabama straight up. Memuanya, 100 out of Wakam. They got fun of Alabama. Stand up, guy. Yeah, I know you got my.
Nigeria's foremost entertainment magazine, City People, on Sunday 22nd of June 2014, celebrated the 5th edition of the annual Entertainment Award, tagged Rewarding Excellence in Showbiz. The event took place at 10 Degrees Event Center, Oregon, Lagos. Undoubtedly, the City People Entertainment Award is the biggest awards in show business today. The event stems from the initiative to support and promote the Nigerian entertainment industry, and this year's edition was laced with celebrity statements, with several distinguished Nigerians in the entertainment industry receiving special recognition awards of different categories. In attendance at the very colorful event were celebrities such as actors and actresses in the Nigerian movie industry, Nigerian musical artists, beauty queens and comedians, as well as the media. The event kicked off with the national anthem, which was creatively delivered by a celebrity, Queen Ure. This was followed by the opening address by the publisher of City People magazine, Shea Kende. In his remarks, Shea Kende welcomed everyone to the event, especially those who were attending the event for the first time. Went further to re-emphasize the aim of the event as celebrating Nigerians and the entertainment industry.
I'd like to say a very big thank you to you all for leaving everything you have to do today to be here. It's more of thank you speech than a welcome speech, because we're very happy that we invited you and you responded to today's event. Of course, we're here this evening to celebrate an industry that is very dear to our heart, to celebrate all our stars. I hear this evening from both Ghana and all the other parts of Nigeria, all over Nigeria.
Without any further ado, in earnest, the presentation of the awards was kicked off by Nollywood actress Rachel Oniga. The awards were in various categories ranging from music and movie industries. For the movie industries, it was split into Kannywood and the Ghana category. The result of the keenly contested award shows that Artist of the Year award male was captured by Davido. Artist of the Year award female, Tiwa Savage.
Our lovely Tiwa Savage.
And that's why this award has a special place in my heart.
Best Musical Band of the Year, The Faith Band.
The winner
is Faith Band.
Give the glory for this opportunity. That we've been on the scene for many years, but at this point in time, at God's own time, the award came to us. We give God the glory, honor, and adoration.
R&B Artist of the Year praise.
When I become rich and famous, all these faces, but know who I am, cause I'll be a superstar. Cause I'd like to give thanks to God Almighty for the gift. Also, I'd like to say thank you to City People for this recognition. Thank you, Extreme Music.
Record Label of the Year, Mathing.
Winner goes to
Continue making music and giving people like me and Tiwa Savage and the new artists in French, the new artists in Record Label, a chance to continue giving you guys great music. I want to say thank you very much to people for this award. It means a lot to making records and it means a lot to me.
Most popular song of the year, Double Wahala by Orisha Femi.
And the winner is Double Wahala by Orisha
Best Collabo of the Year, Surulere by Dr. Seed.
I don't know, Surulere, this patience is rewarding. I've been in this industry for 10 years, and this is my first CD for awards. So my soul has never been to me. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to David, thank you to God, my family. Thank you to City People.
Rap Album of the Year, Alaga Ebile, Reminisce.
The winner in this category is Alaga
Ebile, Obio, Odulero Biko Biko. You don't gotta say Otito, Bedu Meja be Mosquito. Mo fẹ́ lówó ju dádì mi, àdúrà látọ̀dọ̀ dádì mi, kínú wọn máa dùn tán bá rí mi, ẹ̀yà kò lọ́nà fún kárí mi, inú la ọmọ ojú la rí.
Yeah, thank you to the organizers and everyone that supported my career so far. I worked really hard for this album. I'm sure a lot of you know that, but I'm happy. I'm here today, John. Oh yeah, me so thank you, HLM.
Video of the Year, Ada Ada by Flavor. And now to the movie category. Best Actress of the Year English, Patience Ozokwo.
I don't want you to stress yourself. I mean, for all I know, you may already be carrying our baby, and I wouldn't want to give you a back-stressing job to do.
Best Actor of the Year English, Mike Ezeronye.
See all these things we don't have school identity. Still in this state, I'm nothing. No, check out now. Me and you don't do things. I'm supposed to pass this level. I'm nothing. No, now. Look, it's my father that is the Senator of the Federal Republic. Me and you, we are still nothing. We are nothing now. Oh, I feel you.
This is to corporate Nigeria. This is to political Nigeria. This is to corporate Africa. This is to political Africa. We better take everything as seriously because we're one train that doesn't rise. So I say this today, I stand before you. My name is Mike Ezeronye. I'm an African.
Nollywood Face of the Year, Mercy Johnson.
We suffered, Mama. We suffered terribly. No brother, no sister, no father, no you. The only person who had words of hope for us was Nenuku. And she's gone.
Best New Actress of the Year English, Juliet Mborukwe.
And the winner is my sister Juliet
But I would like to thank City people, first of all, for this, and thank myself and my team and my beautiful sister Sonia here for all the hard work in our movie, #1 fan. I thank God, my family, and everybody who voted for me. All the campaigns that were done online.
Best Movie of the Year, Idemuli. Comic Actor of the Year, Charles Enoje.
This is huge. Huge in many respects. One, because it is coming from people who we see as our watchdogs for the examiner to say that you do a pass. Brother, not the other thing.
Best New Actor of the Year, Yoruba, Odunlade Adekola.
Jáde lọ báyìí o ò ní jáde lékú lọ́wọ́.
Àmín.
Orí burúkú ò ní jẹ́ tiẹ̀.
Àmín.
Ẹ ṣé, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ọlọ́run á ràn yín lọ́wọ́, ìbànújẹ́ ò ní dé bá yín o.
Àmín o Jésù.
Ẹ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o.
Best New Actress of the Year, Yoruba, Eniola Badmus.
Best Actress Award. I've been doing this for over 10 years, even up 15 years now. I think I've been asking for like, let me see, when I've been 14, okay, 15, I'm still thinking I want.
Best Movie of the Year, Yoruba, Mami.
Sisiri, kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wà á yanṣẹ́ lọ́mọdún mélòó.
Ṣebí lọ́la ni màá pọ́n ọmọdún 10.
Lẹ́la mi, Ọlọ́run orí bàbá mi lọ́run.
Movie Director of the Year, Yoruba, Adebayo Tijani. Most Promising Actor of the Year, Yoruba, Tunde Owokoniran.
A true man take time láti to help àwọn less privileged. It's so impressive, sir. Inú mi dùn gan ni nípa àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ máa gbé yín ga, sir.
Right, on behalf of City People Entertainment and Museum, organizations, congratulations, I'd like to say a very big thank you to City People Awards, all my colleagues, everyone that's given me a chance to believe in me. Thank you. Thank you for the vote.
Most Promising Actress of the Year, Yoruba, Tamilore Martins Ojo.
But then I give God all the glory for honoring me with this award. And I thank my friends all over there. And I'm using this opportunity to thank City People Entertainment and Web Committee. Thanks so much for really winning me.
Best Supporting Actress of the Year, English, Queen Nwokoye.
Do you want your house to be swept? I can quickly do it after sweeping the compound. That is, if you will keep your key for me.
No, you don't need to worry. I've already done that.
Mama, you shouldn't have.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, I say make I give you this one for job well done.
So you do well. I would like to thank City People for this honor. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank God because without you, this wouldn't have been possible.
And Best Supporting Actor of the Year English, Ken Eriks.
Thank you very much, City People. Thank you, everybody. I thank God Almighty for this award. I thank my fans for voting. I thank everybody who is there for Nigeria and Africa. And I promise to keep making you proud. Thank you very much.
Best Director of the Year English, Elvis Chooks.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, I say make I give you this one for job well done.
I want to thank God Almighty who has been the support of all entertainers all over the world and in Africa. It's not an easy job what we're doing. Also, I want to thank the organizers of this award, City People Extended Group, for deeming it fit to appreciate entertainers in our different departments. Thank you so much.
And now for the Ghana category. Hottest Ghanaian Actress in Nollywood, Emanuela Mensah. Best Supporting Actress of the Year, Ghana, Kafu Danku.
Hereby presented this award. Congratulations. And thanks to all the and a special thanks to the media.
We present this to you for a job well done.
My very first recognition was from City People and gave me a lot of extra fuel to work harder. Thank you, and I thank God again for life, for our friends, our supporters, and our guidance. Thank you.
Now we turn things over to the Kannywood Nollywood industry. Best New Actress of the Year, Rahama Sadu. Best Actor of the Year, Ali Nuhu. Best New Actor of the Year, Ibrahim Dali.
Thank you, everyone. This award is for my boss, Aleno.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, we present this to you.
I'm grateful to the organizers of the award, the fans who voted me.
On behalf of City People Entertainment, I say make I give you this one. Do you understand it?
I just want to thank you Almighty Allah for being giving me the opportunity to be part of one of the best shows in Africa, City People. And I dedicate this award to all of my directors and my producers.
At this year's City People Entertainment Awards, there were various performances by popular musical acts and up-and-coming ones.
Let's go!
Orisha Family thrilled the audience with his latest hit song, Double Wahala. Afro-Juju music creator Sachino Peters went home with Special Achievement Award, while the likes of Adewale Ayuba, Pasuma, Ali Nuhu, Waleoni, King Wasiu Ayinde Marshall, Kate Adekpegba, Ernest Obi, Ngozi Nwosu, Steve Ebo, Don Jazzy, Timaya, Sundare, and Ibinabo Fiberisima, President of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, bagged awards for special recognition for their immense contribution to the growth of Nollywood and the entertainment industry as a whole.
All of you, my lovers, all over the world, God bless you.
sure I'll keep on doing what you want me to be doing. I love foodie music. That is what I know. That's my own calling. And I thank you very much. Without you people, there's no Dr. Adewale and you, but I'll keep on bubbling, keep on dancing.
Everybody, I thank you so much. Without you, no one to go pursue me. I've been doing this for a very long time, but I know people appreciate what I've been doing. Say the people entertainment award, thank you. My fans all over the world, thank you. This is for you. I want to thank God for this award. I appreciate the winners of this program, City People, especially attending. Also want to thank the fans out there.
What City People is doing is discipline, recognizing everybody that wants to be recognized. And to those of us that are here and not believing anything, it is an energetic way of telling you, keep on doing what you are doing and we keep watching. And when the time comes, definitely you got your own fair share. Once again,
I just want to say thank you to all Nigerians for being there for me through thick and thin. You guys were there for me. You guys showed me that I matter to you people. God bless you all.
wow, thank you very much. Thank you, City People. Thank you, God. Thank you for all the artists. Thank you for thank you all the medias. Because for me, I think without the medias and the DJs, presenters, we will be in this industry. Thank you very much.
The 5th City People Entertainment Award was no doubt a huge success that sent every guest home happy and smiling, with great expectation of the next Entertainment Awards in 2015. See you all next year.
Anambra mama mama hey, Anambra mama mama hey, obodo nna m mama mama hey, Anambra mama omara mụ na gị o. Anambra mama mama hey, Anambra mama omara mụ na gị. Obodo nna m mama mama hey, Anambra State mama omara mụ na gị o. Anambra mama.
The occasion of the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the creation of Anambra State should vividly bring to mind some significant facts which anyone desirous of chronicling the full story of how Anambra State came into existence should not ignore. Anambra State, which was created along with 8 other states on the 27th of August 1991 by the military government in power at the time, was carved out of the old Anambra State that comprised Anambra and Enugu states. It will be recalled that the old Anambra State was previously created in 1976 from part of East Central State with its capital in Enugu. The name Anambra was derived from Anambra River, which is a tributary of the river Niger. Awka emerged as the capital of Anambra State over and above Onitsha and Nnewi towns, which had long been recognized as thriving commercial centers in Anambra State and therefore highly favored to be named the capital. Onitsha, which was recently designated as one of the fastest growing cities in the world, also has the potential of becoming one of the best commercial centers in sub-Saharan Africa, with the Onitsha main market reputed to be the largest of its kind in the West African sub-region. That Anambra State is today standing shoulder to shoulder and has even pulled far ahead of other states created at the same time with it is largely attributable to the incredible entrepreneurial and can-do spirit of the average Anambra person. Anambarians have selflessly put together the industrial acumen that they are noted for all over the world. This they have put at the disposal of their dear state. And so the celebration of Anambra State at 20 is a collective foundation laid by all those who had the singular privilege of presiding as chief executive officers of Anambra State, either under military or civilian dispensation at one time or the other. However, beyond the celebration, the occasion should serve as one for sober reflection and time to take stock of the past, present, and forge a more prosperous future for Anambra State. That was the smart thinking of Governor Peter Obi, which resulted in a forum where Anambra State indigents from far and near and friends of the state from all spheres of importance in the world gathered together to brainstorm, cross-fertilize ideas, and bounce new innovations that will ultimately lead to a sustained growth of Anambra State in all facets before too long. The anniversary lecture, which took place at the Women Development Center, Oka, which was wearing a completely new look for the celebration, was titled Anambra State at 20, A Time for Collective Action. It is gratifying to note that politicians from different ideological persuasions who attended the event jettisoned the differences that may have encumbered a healthy relationship among them before now, as they publicly embraced one another and engaged in hearty discussions aimed at repositioning Anambra State for the challenges ahead. The need for all Anambra people to come together and act in one voice to move Anambra State forward, regardless of any differences, was eloquently captured in the welcome address of Governor Peter Obi.
Welcome all of you to Anambra State on behalf of the children, the government and people of Anambra State. People have always asked me why this 20th anniversary of celebration. My answer is simple, and that is the only thing I want to welcome you. For the first time in Anambra State, in the past 4 years, Anambra State did not experience any form of what we are known for. And that is where I was from. You can guess what we are known for. For the first time, Anambra State can even be in a place like this to celebrate. And if you think it's not worth celebrating, then ask about what we are known for. Thank you and you're welcome.
The chairman of the Anambra State at 20 anniversary lecture, who is also an illustrious son of Anambra State, the quintessential citizen of the world, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, who eulogized Anambra State people for the positive waves they are making all over the world in their different callings, congratulated the past governors and other political and community leaders in Anambra State who have laid the enviable foundation upon which the incumbent governor, Mr. Peter Obi, has continued to build since he mounted the saddle of leadership in the state.
It is a celebration for all Anambrarians, irrespective of their political affiliations. And as we have seen here, all the political affiliations in the state are well represented here. And so I would like to say congratulations.
Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economic Team, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who delivered the keynote address, congratulated the government, good people, and the founding fathers of Anambra State on the milestone. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala assured Anambra State people of the preparedness of the federal government to work in collaboration with the state governments to quickly realize the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, as stipulated by the United Nations. In fact, the cardinal vision being espoused by Governor Peter Obi's internally designed strategy for simultaneous development of all communities in Anambra State, Christian, the Anambra Integrated Development Strategy, was praised and commended to other states by Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in her address. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala advised state governments against abandoning projects, saying that over 20,000 projects abandoned in different parts of the country for which available resources could handle within the span of the present government will be executed. She also assured of the readiness of the federal government to further dialogue with state governors on the disagreement over the issue of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, still shedding more light on how the economic team she's heading intends to achieve its objectives. Dr. Uwela stated that as part of the new policy direction, which will be operational henceforth, government has decided to effect a change in the structure of the budget and the way it is being managed. This is so that unsustainable debts can be avoided. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala further advised the federal government to learn from the debt crisis confronting the United States of America and some top economies in the world.
Anambra, I think, is important because it exhibits a special blend of political, economic, and entrepreneurial activism that is probably unique in Nigeria. We need to come together if we are to build institutions of this state and of the country. We need to come together if we are to develop public goods and manage public banks. We need to come together for the economic and social welfare of the people because no one person can do this alone.
Also speaking at the Anambra State 20th Anniversary Lecture in Awka, the Anambra State capital, the Minister of Power, Professor Bath Nnaji, used the forum to further assure Nigerians that the 5,000 megawatts of electricity by the end of the year and stable power by 2015, which the Jonathan administration promised Nigerians, is still very much achievable. Professor Bath Nnaji also gave further insight into other plans of government to improve the power situation in Nigeria.
There are certain steps that the federal government is taking to boost electricity in the country, from which Anambra State will benefit tremendously. The President has approved the building of small dams across the country, where many hydro power plants will be built. And I see that Anambra has a number of rivers, and just like in some other parts of the country where these rivers provide to build dams, then from the dams you can have small power projects that can provide 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts. They actually are very, very critical as renewable energy to support the towns nearby. And so we are going to we're going to do this in Anambra State.
Vice President of the World Bank for Africa region, Mrs. Obiageli Ezekwesili, a very proud daughter of Anambra State, advocated a paradigm shift in the way and manner things are done in Nigeria, with particular reference to Anambra State. She advised politicians from the state to shun the negative, divisive, and bitter politics that had retarded the progress of the state in the past 20 years. Mrs. Obi Ezekwesili praised the development strides of the Peter Obi administration in many areas, but appealed for a special attention to be paid to the development of markets and for a befitting facelift to be given to Awka, the state capital, which will make it compete favorably with other capital cities elsewhere in the world.
And that is why I start off by acknowledging the effort of the governor of this state, Mr. Peter Obi. Peter, despite the criticisms and the marriage of it that he gets, has really shown and demonstrated the capacity to stay focused on the issue of governance nonetheless.
Another significant aspect of the Anambra State 20th Anniversary Lecture was the justification made for the creation of Orimili State out of the present Anambra State. In the vanguard of the push for the new state was Igwe Alfred Nnemeka Achebe, the Obi of Onitsha, who gave reasons for the call for the new Orimili State. The fundamental case made for the creation of Orimili State is based on the need to achieve zonal equity in the political structure of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Whereas the Northwest Zone has 7 states The Northeast, North Central, South South, and Southwest zones have 6 states each. Only the Southeast zone has 5 states. Igwe Nnemeka Achebe Agbogide argued. And that's why the Southeast zone has been shortchanged in federal, ministerial, and other appointments, as well as entitlements such as allocation of revenue. Arguing the case further, the equitable basis for the 6th state to be created out of Anambra State is that Anambra State is the most populous state in the region, with over 4 million people, according to the 2006 National Population Census figure. The proposed Oromili State is to be made up of 10 local government areas. These include Onitsha East, Onitsha West, Anyamilum, Dinokofia, Idemili North, Idemili South, Onitsha North, Onitsha South, including Ogbaru and Oyi. Furthermore, many areas in the proposed Oromili State have enormous potentials in fertile farmlands and reasonable deposits of crude oil and natural gas. This can be found in the Anambra and Urashi River basins, with great prospects for the growth of petroleum and petrochemical industries. Other mineral resources that can be found in the newly proposed Oromili State are iron, lead, kaolin. The completion and commissioning of the Onitsha River port and the dredging of River Niger would further boost economic activities in the new state. In fact, the biggest gas plant in Africa to be located in Ibariam in the new Oromili State will boost economic activities in the area.
Today, we are launching this request into the public domain. The task ahead in the second phase comprises the following: mobilization and sensitization of the Anambra to gain the widest support of the Anambra both at home and diaspora for the initiative.
The Governors Forum had met and come up with 2 resolutions. We are not in support of Sovereign Wealth Fund. Section 162 of the Constitution simply states, give me my money. Give me the money that belongs to River State. The pressure they create is that the governors do not have the capacity to save money. In River State, I'm saving 1 billion naira every month. So why would the federal government come and say, okay, after $65 for this month, anything that meant we'll save it for you, don't save for me, give me my money, I will save it myself. The Anambra governor knows what to do here, is he not? He is closest to you, so give him his money to run the top Anambra.
The major highlight of the celebration of Anambra State at 20 was the conferment of awards of recognition and distinction to deserving Anambra State indigents, both living and dead, for their contributions over the years to making Anambra State what it is today. Those honored included Anambra State citizens who have risen to the commanding heights of their different callings in education, the medical profession, commerce, manufacturing, the military, legal profession, the media, sports, entertainment, the corporate world, the financial institutions, and so on. Indeed, Anambra State sons and daughters, both at home and abroad, came home in their numbers for the event. In his closing remarks at the end of the Anambra State at 20 Anniversary Lecture and Awards, Governor Peter Obi, who spoke in an admixture of English and Igbo languages, again appealed to Anambra State people to close ranks, shun any more acrimonies, and act as one people with the determination to take Anambra State to greater heights. Governor Peter Obi admonished all Anambra State people to work assiduously for the sustenance of the new spirit of love and concern for one another, as exhibited by all throughout the function. It's indeed the beginning of a new era in Anambra State, Governor Obi concluded. The celebration of Anambra State at 20 was rounded off with a grand gala dinner that took place at the Governor's Lodge, Oka, the seat of executive power of the government of Anambra State. As usual, prominent Anambarians like Chief Emeka Anyoku, Professor Ben Nwabueze SAN, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, Professor Dora Akunile and husband, and other distinguished Anambarians were in attendance to give the event the much-needed color and panache. The major ingredient of the night was music and comedy, and this was in abundant supply in the contemporary and traditional idioms. The sharp band from Lagos teamed up with some Anambra State-based musical bands to engage the audience in a rendition of danceable, pulsating rhythms. Governor Peter Obi, his wife, and some of the dignitaries showed off their dexterity and skills on the dancing floor. There was a toast to Anambra State at 20 before the special anniversary cake was cut. It is hearty congratulations to all Anambra State people on the attainment of 20 years of statehood, and for Governor Peter Obi, the new face of Anambra State, who is working hard with like-minded people to re-engineer Anambra State through his all-inclusive and overall development of every nook and cranny of the state. Anyị kwesịrị ikene Governor Peter Obi maka ọlụ mma ọ na-eme maka ọdịmma ndị Anambra. Anambra adịbago mma, nye na aka ka ọdịmma, ka Chineke mezie okwu. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been described in many superlatives, the reference point in Nigeria's politics, the irrepressible political titan and relentless democrat, a master strategist, a quintessential political titan with indomitable and dogged spirit. These encomiums and eulogies were capped by no less a personality than the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, who at the colloquium to mark Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's 60th birthday celebration in Lagos recently, described him as the hero of Nigeria's democracy. Indeed, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu can also be described as a pride, beacon, and new face of politics in Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's greatest asset is his legendary human relations capacity. This is why he enjoys an overflowing bank of goodwill across Nigeria and beyond. These he leverages on at every turn. The grand celebration of his 60th birthday began on 23rd of March 2012 with a command performance and a play which featured cultural troops from the 6 zones of the Southwest region. On Sunday 25th March 2012, a health walk was organized in honor of the celebrant in Lagos. Participants who took part in the walk included the celebrant himself, his wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, Mrs. Abimbola Fashola, Mrs. Aregbesola, and many other dignitaries. The heavy downpour experienced in Lagos that morning did not deter them from completing the walk. The exercise also included free health screening and treatment undertaken by health experts. The celebration of Asiwaju at 60 continued on Tuesday 27th of March 2012 as Asiwaju Tinubu donated goods worth thousands of naira to no fewer than 259 children of the Modukwe Cole Memorial Home, Yaba, and Bethesda Home for the Blind. The event, which was put together by members of the Conference of Local Government Chairmen of Lagos State, was characterized in the main by donations of food items. The presence of Asiwaju Tinubu and other top dignitaries resonated joy in the environment as Asiwaju took time to shake hands with them and engage them in lively discussions. On Tuesday, 27th of March 2012, an impressive array of well-wishers thronged the prestigious Oriental Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos, to felicitate with Asiwaju Tinubu at the dinner and gala night organized to honor him by the Conference of Lagos State Local Government Chairman, Conference 57. In their separate addresses, well-wishers showered praises on the man they describe as an icon and a living legend. Present at the event were governors of Lagos and Osun states, Babatunde Fashola and Ralph Aregbesola, who came with their spouses, former governor of Ogun State, Olusegun Oshoba, the celebrant's wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the Ekiti State Governor, Erelu Bisi Fayemi, and Dr. Muiz Banire. Others included Alhaji Maitama Sule, the Oni of Ife, Oba Kwande Shijuade, who was the royal father of the day, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, National Publicity Secretary of ACN, Chief Bisi Akonde, the National Chairman of ACN, Mr. Dele Alake, one-time Information Commissioner under the Tinubu administration, was also in attendance. The chairman of the 57 local government areas and development councils in Lagos and lawmakers, among others, were there in their legion. A book on Tinubu titled Many Little Miracles, written by Sam Omashe, Chairman Editorial Board of the nation's newspapers, was launched at the event, while a documentary on Tinubu, the living legend, was aired. Mr. Dele Alake, former Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, reviewed the book, which x-rayed the achievements of Tinubu in office.
The book is called or titled Little Miracles. Now, many little miracles. You would wonder, what were these miracles outside of those things that we could see with our own eyes? But some of these miracles we couldn't see as a community, as a society, as a state, or as a nation. But the essence of many little miracles is the testimonies of the direct beneficiaries of the impact that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu made in 8 years in Lagos. This book captures it all. It gives governance a human face. This book captures the essence of humanizing government through formal governmental structures.
The chairman of Conference 57, Akim Sulaiman, said Tinubu is a leader who has a strong drive, vigor, and persistence in pursuit of his set goals. The event was rounded off with the cutting of the birthday cake, and music was supplied by K1 The Ultimate.
KSIWAJU. Asiwaju. Congratulations, sir. Alága
The Lagos State House of Assembly on Wednesday, 28th of March 2012, held a special session to honor Tinubu. As early as 10, Lagosians thronged the Lagos House of Assembly venue of this special session. Those who graced the event included Governor Babatunde Fashola of Lagos and his wife, his Osun State counterpart, Ralph Aregbesola, Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State, Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Honorable Adejoke Orelokpe Adefulure, wife of the celebrant, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and members of the State Executive Council. Others included former Governor of Lagos State, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, and National Chairman of Action Congress of Nigeria, Chief Bisi Akode. Senator Olorunimbe Mamora was also there. The roll call included Senators Gbenga Shafa and Ganiu Solomon, and former members of the State House of Assembly. Speakers of Gombe, Taraba, Ekiti, and Kwara State Houses of Assembly attended the event. The Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Adeyemi Kuforiji, in his address, told the audience that the House decided to honor Asiwaju Tinubu because he is a great man that is worthy of being celebrated.
When the story of courageous men is told, the name of Jagaban Bogu will always top the list. In the last few days, accolades have not stopped pouring in for this great man who has attained wealth, respect, and fame, but also as a legacy of integrity, uprightness, forthrightness, honesty, and conscientiousness. But now that I have a chance to speak, I will say the greatest legacy our own Asiwaju is leaving behind is that selfless ability of producing world-class leaders and standing by them all the way.
On Wednesday, 28th of March 2012, at the Eco Hotel and Suites, there was a book launch and a colloquium. The event that had a national coloration with attendance by a diverse spectrum of politicians from different political parties and dignitaries from different parts of the country, further eloquently testifies to the pan-Nigerian reach and disposition of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. The event, which was chaired by Chief Emeka Anyaoku, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, had in attendance the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives and PDP Governor of Niger State, Dr. Muazu Babangida Aliyu, and governors of Ogun, Ekiti, Osun, who were all there with their spouses. Also in attendance was Comrade Adams Oshiomhole of Edo State. The Vice President of Ghana was represented at the event. The twin event featured a colloquium and a book launch. All the speakers at the colloquium titled Nigeria, Why Isn't It Working and How Will It Work? Eulogized the resilient spirit and courageous nature of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu in spite of all the daunting challenges placed in his way. They all concluded by saying that Nigerians owe Asiwaju Tinubu a huge debt of gratitude for his dogged efforts in the consolidation of the gains of democracy in the last 13 years since the military returned to the barracks and we all embraced democracy in Nigeria.
That Asiwaju was one of the few people who speak truth to power. I believe that if we are to recapture the zeal with which the then regional premiers and their electorates embarked on the development of their regions, if we are to arrest the present destructive competition between our various ethnic groups for the control of power at the center. And if we are to repair the collapse in our societal value system, which is at the root of the pervasive corruption and degradation of our public services, we should aim at getting the national conference to reach a consensus on devolving from the center to the 6 federating units responsibility for such areas of governance as internal security, including the police, infrastructure, education, health, and economic development.
When people look at Lagos today and see what is gradually turning to, we tend to forget that this was the same place that filth used to be measured in kilometers on the road. And by the collective effort of all of us under the leadership of Asiwaju, within 6 months, we rid Lagos of filth. I will briefly commend Fashola for having the mind and commitment to carry through our dreams and plans for Lagos State.
I think the members of the new faculty have heard where we came from. They will probably understand now why I continue to push that we cannot lower the standards. We are inheritors of a very great legacy, a legacy built by this man under the leadership of this man. If we betray that legacy, we not only let ourselves down, we let a whole generation of black people across the world down. You have built a lot of love, much more than you can ever measure. You have built a lot of followership, the quantum of which you may never be able to define. But some of your followers ask me to tell you that they know that you cannot love all of them equally. They know that it is impossible for you to treat all of them equally, that you will love some more than the others. But they ask me to tell you that irrespective of how you love them, always try to do justice fairly amongst them. Your Excellency, many happy returns. Happy birthday. God bless you.
Symbiotic relationship that have given our celebrant what he has become. Now we have our own hero. Wherever I went and I was praising the Awolowos, the Zeeks and the Ahmadu Bello, they will say it is because there was a leadership vacuum that we were always remembering the older ones. Now we have one that we can look at. We have one that we can look at as our hero of our time. When he became governor, I was already a permanent secretary in the cabinet secretariat. So I had a chance to see many of them because I was the one writing whatever they were talking about in their meetings. I could observe, I could grade, and I could say, this is doing the job, this, I don't know why these people elected this one, and I don't know what happened here. The Emirate of Borgu in Niger State discovered him a long time, that he was really a leader that will always be in the front, not the one who will send the troops and stay in the room. No, Jagaba, Jagaban Borgu, Jagaban Nigeria.
A patriot, a leader of men who at all times stand on the side of the truth, who at all times work with democratic forces to enthrone and entrench democracy and democratic culture in Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The House of Representatives, in collaboration with the Senate, and indeed former legislators, are hosting our icon, because Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's first mandate was to the Senate. And our dear sister and mother is also there with us in the Senate, therefore she's there in the National Assembly. By Monday evening, we're hosting Asiwaju and other friends of Asiwaju in Abuja. We pray that Almighty God will continue to preserve you in good health, for you to continue with what you have been doing for this country. God Almighty will continue to strengthen you. We appreciate you. We thank you most sincerely for all that you have been doing to us collectively. Thank you.
Our man that we are celebrating tonight is a man of contrasts. Is a man of paradoxes. When you look at Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are taken aback by his diminutive exterior, his physique is smallish, but that is very, very deceptive. You underrate the man to your own peril. Behind and beneath that diminutive physique lies a very solid structure, a prodigious intellect embedded in his brain. And here is a man who combines the gentility of the dove with the wisdom of the serpent and the ferocity of the lion. And here is a man who would carry a baby, cuddle a baby in an instance, and at the same time fire several political shots at his opponent within the next second.
The launching of the book titled Asiwaju Leadership in Troubled Times, coordinated by Governor Muazu Babangida Aliyu of Niger State and the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, this will be used for the establishment of the proposed Bola Tinubu Center for Democratic Studies. In a keynote address delivered by a former federal minister and Nigeria's former representative at the United Nations, Alhaji Maita Masule, he charged Nigerians, no matter their religious or ethnic differences, to cooperate with one another and jettison all those primordial sentiments that tended to divide us. Alhaji Maita Masule reminded the audience of the cordial relationship that existed among leaders of the country in the past, who, although come from different parts of the country and belong to different religions, still enjoyed very close ties.
Although I have painted the picture of that, but I still am hopeful. Anybody that has faith in God does not lose hope in Him. One day, the ugly situation will come to an end, and Nigeria will come in a glorious day. But who are the people? Who are the leaders of change? Who are the vanguard of the revolution? Who are they? You, the youth. The Tinubus are the answer to the problem. They are the solution to the problems.
The toast of the celebrant was given by Mr. Dele Alake, who prayed for good health and long life for the celebrant. The cutting of the 60th birthday cake, which was conducted by Chief Emeka Anyoko, saw the celebrant, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, sandwiched on all ends by the governors, their spouses, and other dignitaries. In his vote of thanks, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who was thoroughly overwhelmed by the show of solidarity and affection demonstrated towards him by everyone, promised to continue the struggle for the enthronement of true democracy in all nooks and crannies of Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu concluded by saying that he would also join like minds to see that poverty and corruption are banished totally in our country.
But it takes exceptional leadership and a great team to chart a new course. The critical aspect of charting the new course is what we are enjoying here and we are talking about today. Bold endeavors are not given to procrastinations. You will never achieve the result. And only with bold endeavors can you change a nation or a community if you find that it's derailing. And I use the best tool to search, pick the best strain regardless. It was not a politically easy decision to put these men together and women then. I'm just too happy with all of you assembling here trying to chart a new course for this country. It's going to be difficult. But let's put that team together, like the institute you're about to establish, and walk the walk and chart the course.
Teslim Balogun Stadium, Surulere, Lagos, which Asiwaju Bola Tinubu single-handedly brought back to life during his tenure as governor of Lagos State, wore a carnival-like atmosphere on Thursday, 29 March 2012, the birthday proper of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Lagosians and Nigerians from virtually all spheres of life, from the north, east, west, and indeed all parts of the country and beyond, lavished the birthday ball with overwhelming outpouring of love and affection. This was at a special interdenominational Thanksgiving service organized to give a spiritual seal to the 60th birthday celebration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. The Southwest Traditional Institution was led by the Awujale of Ijebuland, Oba Dr. Sikiru Kaude Aditono, who was supported by prominent monarchs from Lagos State and other parts of the country. The celebrant, his wife, and governors of the states controlled by the Action Congress of Nigeria and their spouses looked really regal and resplendent on the occasion in the colors chosen for the event. In fact, it was a splash of blue colors all the way, accentuated by the eye-catching designs that were on display throughout. It indeed speaks to the pan-Nigerian stature and disposition of friendship without boundaries of politics, religion, and ethnicity, of which Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is a frontline proponent, that the gathering was populated in the main by his friends and associates from the north, east, delta, and other parts of the country. These included former Governor and now Senator Bukar Abba Ibrahim of Yobe State, former Governor now Senator George Akume of Benue State, former Governor and now Senator Chris Ngige of Anambra State. The interdenominational service featured prayers by prominent Muslim and Christian clerics for the celebrant's continued good health and progress in life. They also admonished him to be closer to God.
والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد القائل في حديثه خيركم ما طال عمره وأحسن خلقه. adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run atọrọ ìkẹ́gẹ́ fún Ànábì wa Muhammad. Mo kí gbogbo wa tí a wá bá ọlọ́jọ́ bí yọ̀ lẹ́ni ní kí tí àlá pé assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Ní èní àwa bí láti wá ṣe ìkan tó pọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n èyí tó pàtàkì jù ńbẹ̀ òun náà ni àdúrà. Síwájú ohun gbogbo kí ẹ bá mi sọ pé Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Here as a global family in this country and outside this country to thank you most sincerely for your child, the apple of your eyes, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whom you have brought to this world 60 years ago, is a blessing to this country. Outside this country, a blessing to this generation and generations yet unborn. Thank you, Father, because it's continually making an indelible footprint in the sand of time, many, many years, to a ripe old age, in the land of the living, will be his portion in the name of Jesus Christ.
Aṣíwájú ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́ o, òkè àgbà lóògùn yìí o. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun, wa salamun ala al-mursalin, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Now I want to pray and you will sing after me. Your lovers will join me. Aṣíwájú, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó yọ̀ ṣubú níbi tó ga dé. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ẹ yọ̀ ṣubú níbi tẹ́ ti ga. Iwájú lẹ̀ yóò máa lọ, ẹ ò ní rẹ̀yìn.
The forum also served as a platform for tributes to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In their various submissions, they all attested to the contributions of Asiwaju Tinubu to the growth and sustenance of democracy in Nigeria. In conclusion, they affirmed that in all Asiwaju's moves, there's a touch of the uncommon, unprecedented, and the stuff of legend, which is given only to some people who see far beyond everyone. They all congratulated Asiwaju Tinubu warmly and prayed that just as his vision for Lagos and the Southwest have begun to bear fruits, may true democracy, which he has doggedly fought for at the expense of his personal comfort and risk to his life, reign supreme in all parts of the country during his lifetime. The cutting of the 60th birthday cake of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu featured him and his wife in the midst of governors of AC and Control States and some other dignitaries. Thereafter, there was a long session of photo opportunities with a wide array of well-wishers. The grand event ended on a dancing note as was Sue and the Marshall, K1 the Ultimate, and other musicians performed. Still on Thursday, 29th of March 2012, the birthday proper of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Muson Center in Onikon, Lagos, was venue of a dance drama written by Odie Efemo, acclaimed playwright, poet and activist, who was a private secretary to late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. The dance drama, which was produced by Felix Okolo, is titled Nigeria the Beautiful. The dance drama periscoped Nigeria from the colonial days to the struggle for independence and the subsequent over 35 years experience under the military. The play also looked at our country's missed opportunities in our 13 years unbroken democratic experience with no clear-cut change in the life of majority of Nigerians. The dance drama, which is a perfect blend of music from various parts of the country to succinctly drive home the message, featured a very dynamic and creative crop of artists who displayed outstanding performance that kept the audience spellbound all through the play.
United government. How it sounds. Such an anachronism within His Majesty's domain.
Beg your pardon, Your Excellency.
I meant for them to be here, but no audience shall be extended to them now or in future. Before my next trek, they shall have to pack up their ramshackle government or whatever they call it, or they shall follow the examples of those insurgents in Sakwato.
That reminds me, Your Excellency, I have placed on your table the request of the princes of Sakwato for a courtesy call. I think they have learnt their lessons. They wish to make peace without any terms. Now that the emir has disowned the law.
No, not even for them. Not even for them. I shall grant them no quarters, no audience, until the emir himself leads the obeisance to His Majesty.
But what shall I tell the Egba United government? They are here.
Have them dismissed. I don't intend to see them. Now call the protocol sergeant.
They are right here.
Now you shall be smart like well-trained officers of the crown. Salute the chiefs. Treat them with utmost civility befitting tribal potentates. Escort them and their talking drummer back to the border. Mark my word, back to the border.
They shall go back so offended and angered.
Just where I want them to be. They shall go back so offended, so angered, And I suppose they will do something stupid enough for which due punishment shall be exacted. Suffer from the disease of their race.
However, one actor stood out clearly as the hero of the night. Nisi George, an actor, dancer, writer, and director who began acting in the 80s, displayed absolute dexterity in competence and delivery in the multiple roles he played in the play. He quite easily acquired for himself the richly deserving nickname of the Stage Marshal. At the end of the very entertaining dance drama, Nigeria the Beautiful, which has all the qualities of an international material, the celebrant, his wife, and all the dignitaries mounted the stage for photo and video opportunities. In his remarks, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu thanked most profusely Odia Efemo and Felix Okolo for honoring him with a world-class material, a gesture he said he will remember for a long time.
I thank you all, every one of you, from the bottom of my heart. And we've seen that the hope for transformation of our country is still there, it's strongly alive. We still need to work hard at it. May God bless Nigeria and give us that stability and prosperity that we all long for. Thank you very, very much.
The Black Tie Dinner, which was the last of the series of activities put together to round off Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's 60th birthday celebration, lived up to the pre-event billing in all ramifications. The magnificent stage and the glittering ambience of the arena bore eloquent testimonies to the kind of occasion that was in the offing for dignitaries that night. A more detailed picture of what to expect that night began to unfold with the arrival of dignitaries for the event. That in itself was a separate story. The dignitaries who turned out preponderantly in the prescribed black attire took the whole affair to a different level, fashion-wise. On parade were different shades and styles of the black color. It was almost like a mild competition between both sexes in terms of who comes out most elegant and on point in appearance. The governors and other top-notch dignitaries were not left out of the competition. However, sitting pretty clearly on top of the pack was the birthday boy himself, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who beat all the guys to it. His ever-athletic figure on which his outfit sat so fittingly made him the star attraction of the night. Of course, whether in native or Western attire, the very beautiful wife of the celebrant, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is a winner any day. Her major weapon is that figure that every woman would pay anything to get. Our verdict is that the former First Family of Lagos State for 8 years, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and his wife, were the clear winners fashion-wise. Now let's serve you more of the exquisite dressing that night as captured by Biscon Show Ace cameramen, 3 of them on duty that night. Some of the events at the Black Tie Dinner included a documentary that featured an interview with Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and others who spoke glowingly about him.
When I told them that I'm about to join politics, I first of all confided in Pius.
Hello, welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. 2027 power shift. Opposition weakens as more PDP governors and senators defect to the APC. President Tinubu demands fresh security blueprints from intelligence chiefs. In business, Nigeria seeks return to JP Morgan bond index. In foreign news, Russia launches Kyiv missile attack hours after Trump blamed Zelensky. In sports, Nigerian Tennis Federation targets tennis development, certifies 40 coaches. And now the news in detail. Opposition political parties, especially the People's Democratic Party (PDP), the New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP), and the Labour Party (LP), are bleeding as some of their prominent members have dumped their platforms for the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC). Concerned by the wave of defections to the APC, the PDP, NNPP, and the coalition of united political parties have accused the APC-led federal government of exploiting state resources to coerce their members and other politicians into switching allegiance to the ruling party. In response, the APC welcomed the defectors, dismissed the claims from the PDP and NNPP as unfounded, asserting that politicians were willingly joining the party because of the significant achievements of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. In other news, President Bola Tinubu has ordered a security outreach to the hotbeds of recent killings, Plateau, Benue, and Borno, to restore peace to areas racked by mass killings and bomb attacks. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu revealed this to State House correspondents after a 4-hour security briefing with the President at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja, on Wednesday. Ribadu explained that after an extensive briefing, intelligence chiefs received fresh instructions to restore peace, security, and stability across Nigeria. The NSA described Tinubu as worried and concerned and said he directed that all security arms be deployed around the clock.
The President is insisting and working so hard to ensure that we have peace, security, and stability in our country. We gave him what is going on, and we also assured him that work is ongoing and continuous. And we are very happy, very satisfied with the instructions and the directives given by Mr. President this evening. He is so worried and concerned. He insisted that enough is enough, and we are working and to ensure that we restore. We feel that we have done enough to believe that we are on the right course and will be able to be on top of things.
The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has assured investors that Nigeria remained a safe destination for investment. Edun gave the assurance on Wednesday at the Nigeria Investment Forum during the ongoing World Bank IMF meetings at Washington, D.C. Edun noted that the government was working to ensure fiscal stability. The minister said that the administration was intensifying efforts to diversify and stabilize the economy. He said that optimization of assets was another route to closing the gap in the budget. Edun added that President Bola Tinubu's administration had implemented foundational reforms that were already producing positive results, with the Nigerian economy showing signs of growth. We'll go on a break now and return with business news. Welcome back. In business, let's tell you that the Director General of the Debt Management Office, DMO, Patience Oniha, said Nigeria was in advanced discussions with JP Morgan to re-enter the government bond index and renew investors' confidence. Oniha disclosed this on Wednesday at a Nigerian Investors Forum on the sidelines of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund IMF Springs meeting at Washington, D.C. The DMO boss explained that Nigeria had enjoyed favorable credit assessment among rating agencies in recent times on the back of the sweeping reforms initiated by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Nigeria was removed from the JP Morgan Index in 2015, ostensibly due to its deviation from orthodox monetary policies and influence of capital control in its management of foreign exchange. We observe another break and return with foreign news. Welcome back. In foreign news, let's tell you that Russia launched a missile attack Thursday on Kiev, killing at least 2 and wounding dozens after US President Donald Trump lashed out at Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky for refusing to accept Moscow's occupation of Crimea as a peace deal. The Ukrainian capital was attacked by enemy missiles in the early hours, with flights of drones head across the city, according to reports, as residents hid in bomb shelters. City Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said 2 people were killed and 54 others wounded so far in the attack. Hours earlier, Trump had said a peace deal was very close and effectively closed with Moscow, but accused Zelensky of being harder to negotiate with. The Ukrainian president's refusal to accept US terms for ending the conflict, which began with Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, would do nothing but prolong the killing field, he said. We observe another break now for sports news. Welcome back. In sports, let's tell you that no fewer than 40 coaches have completed a week-long International Tennis Federation national level 1 tennis coaching course organized by the Nigeria Tennis Federation at Abuja. According to a report, the participants, drawn from 6 geopolitical zones in the country, were presented with their certificates at a closing ceremony on Wednesday. The coaching course, which began on April 14, ended on Wednesday at the National Tennis Center Package B, Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. NTF Technical Director and Course Instructor Rotimi Akinloye explained that the training provides hope for the future of tennis in Nigeria, as young coaches learn modern teaching methodologies and technical knowledge to effectively guide players. Final break for entertainment news. Welcome back. In entertainment news, let us tell you that Fuji icon Wasiu Ayinde Marshall, popularly known as K1 the Ultimate, has expressed his love for the Celestial Church of Christ, admitting he was a bona fide and proud member of the church. Ayinde, a practicing Muslim, made this known during a pre-recorded interview on Wednesday. The Celestial Church of Christ, popularly called Sele, is a white garment church which was founded by the late Samuel Oshofa. According to him, in his quest to know God, he became a member of the church and was proud to have joined. He relished the fact that he explored both Islam and Christianity in the journey to know God and had never regretted his actions. Well, that's the news for now on Biscon TV, compiled and produced by Stella Opara. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching. folks, I greet you. Let's take on newspaper headliners on Biscon TV. We'll give context to the stories we are going to share with you in the hope that you'll step out there, buy your favorite newspaper or papers so you avoid gut reactions. The papers are here. So in no particular order, let's start with this day. This day newspaper leads with this one. It's a banner headline, PDP in disarray. PDP is the major opposition party in the country. And of course, what has hit the PDP in the last 24, 48 hours is the gale of defections in a major political earthquake. That's what the paper is saying, measuring a high Richter magnitude, like an earthquake. Okowa, a former vice presidential candidate, Borevori, governor of Nigeria's oil-rich Delta State, along with all local government chairmen and the party's political machinery, have defected to the ruling People's All Progressive Congress, APC. Now, APC welcomes defectors, gives deadline of May 29. Wondering if the May 29 is the date, the last date for defection. Wike, the FCT minister, salutes Okowa and the rest. Why the defection matters, the paper gives you what we know and what happens next. So get a copy of this day, read the stories, digest the details. It makes you play safe. All right, other stories or minor pieces on the front page of this day include Wale Edu, that's the Wale Edu is the Minister of Finance, coordinating Minister of the Economy. He reveals forensic audit of NNPC ongoing, So auditing the books at the NNPCL is key here. He declares Nigeria's economy is in a better position to withstand United States tariff shock. Cardoso, that's the CBN governor, he's explaining or declaring that orthodox monetary policy has a stabilized economy. Dangote joins the World Bank's investment laboratory to advance job creation in emerging markets. Okay, that's quite a read, a delightful feast of reading for you in this day today. Below that, the headline is this one: Tinubu to intelligence chiefs, enough is enough. And might I add, enough is already too much. In the picture story there, you see Mr. President with the defense chiefs after the parley. So we expect something to happen very, very soon regarding the battle on insecurity. Okay, so much about this day. The next paper is this, the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust leads with 2027, allow younger people to run, Baba Ahmed tells Tinubu. Just the other day, a group had told former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to allow the younger generation throw their hats into the ring. Now, this is coming from Baba Ahmed. Baba Ahmed, until yesterday, in a manner of speaking, was an advisor to President Tinubu. He resigned, and so he's from the other side of the coin, or the other side of the field. He's saying, Mr. President, allow younger people to run. This one, Delta Governor Atiku's running mate. Others joined APC. We just talked about that in this day newspaper. So read that. And this one, insecurity, enough is enough. President tells security chiefs. As I told, the picture we highlighted in the gist is on the front page of the Daily Trust. Mr. President, who is #1 citizen and commander-in-chief, had a parley with security chiefs in the country. The photograph is there. Okay, from the Daily Trust, we'll take on the Daily Sun. The lead story is this one. PDP bleeds as Delta governor and rep join APC. Is it a bleeding? How deep is the bleeding? You read the details in the Daily Sun this morning. They write that Atiku Wike should leave PDP immediately. Body Judge is saying this. Chief Body Judge is a chieftain of the PDP. He says former VP and FCT Minister Wike should leave the party immediately. Okay, how about these ones? Killings. Tinubu issues fresh marching orders to security chiefs. Says enough is enough. That's up there. And below the masthead is IMF to federal government. Don't sideline poor Nigerians in energy subsidy reforms. That's an advice I think the federal government will consider as the president unveils energy transition plan. So the IMF is saying, take care of poor Nigerians while you are dealing with energy subsidy reforms. Okay. Airlines suspend flights as NIMET workers embark on indefinite strike. I think it's a safe thing to do at a time like this. NIMET is Nigerian Meteorological Services. You know. Nigeria moving towards totalitarianism. This is a warning coming from the Arewa Consultative Forum, ACF. Cautions against defections. Marwa canvasses drug test for core members, prospective couples, and so on. Retired Brigadier General Buba Marwa, a former governor of Lagos State military, is now heading the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. He is canvassing a drug test for core members in the country. Do you understand what is or where it's coming from? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He is recommending drug tests for couples and others. Read the details in the Daily Sun this morning. Have you heard this? 2 killed, soldier injured in Plateau community ambush. Plateau State, one of the states bleeding, if you understand what I mean. It is not out of place to have these depressing stories from there. 2 killed, soldier injured in Plateau community ambush. Please read that as well. Now, the next paper for review is the New Telegraph. The lead story: insecurity. Enough is enough. I want results. Tinubu tells security and intelligence chiefs. That's how the headmaster behaves. With everybody into line. A word, they say, is enough for the wise. I trust the security chiefs, along with their colleagues in the intelligence community, will take heed. This one, defections. Oberevori, Okowa, others collapsed Delta PDP structure into APC. The news is no longer new, so read that too. And allowances. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to settle ASU and others. Those who would be tempted to say it's too little, too late. But better late than never, as they say. So means the government is sparing a thought for ASU and others regarding the tussle between the bodies and the federal government. Okay, global uncertainty. Nigeria must streamline public spending. The International Monetary Fund is telling us this, and it's telling us this advisedly. So it's a two-way street. Trust the government will streamline its public spending. Okay. NLC to Adelabu. Adelabu is the Minister of Energy. Millions of Nigerians forced to choose between food, electricity bills. What's the story all about? This one, Obi in Vatican says Pope Francis left legacy of light. The popular opinion, and I share the sentiment, is that Pope Francis, a friend of the poor and the needy, was a good man, according to President Donald Trump. He was a likable pontiff. So Peter Obi of the Labour Party is in the Vatican to join the mourning crowd. But perhaps I should inform here that Nigeria presently has 4 cardinals, and only one of them is mandated to join the College of Cardinals to determine who the next pope is. The Nigeria's 4 cardinals are Francis Cardinal Arinze, is the oldest, 92 years. Anthony Cardinal Okoje is 88. John Cardinal Onayekon is 81 rather, and Peter Cardinal Okpaleke of Anambra State. Okpaleke at age 62 is the only cardinal qualified to be one of the College of Cardinals to determine a successor of Pope Francis. Now you know that. Okay then. The Punch is another paper here. Let's take a look at the lead story. 2027 power shift. Opposition weakens as more PDP governors and senators eye APC. Whereas we are talking about a defecting Delta governor, Governor Obere, a former vice presidential candidate, and others, you know. Delta Governor Okowa Oshun, Jigawa PDP chieftains, others defect to APC. PDP, Bode George attacks, PDP and Bode George attack Tinubu. Are they suggesting that Mr. President is responsible for the defection? Of course, you have a way of solving the riddle by reading the Punch and watching the stories. Now, INEC moves to legalize voting without PVC. This is a new one. Would it help matters? Would it compound matters? You find out as you turn to page 8 of the Punch this morning, or today rather, and read that up. Federal government grants tax waivers to Dangote, Mikano, 103 others. I think the government knows why it is giving these waivers. I'm interested, so I'll swap the details. Okay. United States indicts Nigerian for $690,000 scam, false citizenship claim. Who is the man at the center of it? The details are in the Punch today. Read it. Lagos local government chairman aspirant withdraws for Obasa's son. Okay, Obasa's son wants to run for chairman of the Agege local government area. So an aspirant is withdrawing his intention. Find out who that is. A picture story on the front page of the Guardian, no, the Punch rather, shows Mr. President along with his service chiefs and intelligence bosses. Read that up to. Next will be the Nation newspaper, the lead story. Okay, still talking about the defections. Nation gives a different slant to it. Borobori Okowa defects to APC with entire Delta PDP. Did you see that coming? I didn't. Now it is here. In politics, anything is possible. So read the details in the Nation this morning. Governor leads all political appointees, leaders at all levels to ruling party. Atiku's 2023 running mate leaves. That's Peter Okowa. All right. This one, how Nigeria's reforms are faring by Edu and Cardoso. Well, we dealt with this earlier on. Edu is the Minister of Finance, and Cardoso is the Central Bank Governor. They should know, since they are economists, how Nigeria's reforms are faring and how do we stand. The details are in the Nation this morning. And this one, Kayamo intervenes in NIMET workers' face-off. So is his intervention going to halt the strike by NIMET workers? You find out. Okay, Lagos bans expectant mothers from Hajj. I don't know what the law says, but I know that the Hajj is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. So if a woman is expectant, is heavily pregnant, should she undertake the trouble of going to the Holy Land? The government in Lagos bars them, expectant mothers from Hajj. Take out terrorists. President orders security chiefs. Of course, the picture story on the front page of the Nation. Pictures were told never tell lies. They tell stories. Mr. President, who is also Commander-in-Chief, is with them there. I have the Guardian next. The Guardian is here. Hurdles for opposition parties as APC wins more governors and others. That's still talking about the defection. Okay. What are the hurdles for opposition PDP in this wise? You will find out when you read the details. Minor pieces include this one. These ones. Lagos has shortfall of 66,000 doctors and nurses, says government. Government should know. When there's a shortfall of that number, then something is wrong somewhere. Begs the question, is there anything we can do to keep them, keep professionals away from traveling out? All right, scandals. President won't allow Akpabio to step aside, say senators. Well, the senators should know why. This is suggesting Mr. President holds the number 3 citizen in high esteem. So the Senate President should play ball, if you understand what I mean. Yeah. ECOWAS to relocate institutions from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Know that ECOWAS is 50 years old this year. It was established in 1975. So it's 50 years, and so relocating institutions from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, you must know why. These are the three ECOWAS members that have military heads in place in their countries. WHO to downsize operations amid major funding cuts. Well, know that the WHO is experiencing funding cuts provoked by President Trump of America. So the WHO is constrained to downsize, that's trim its workforce. Well, we've been unfairly blamed for insecurity in Imo. IPOB laments. That's a lament for this season. Has the IPOB really been unfairly blamed for the insecurity in the region? Just read the story, read the details, and you'll come to terms with what you thought was missing. 10 billion naira Aso Rock solar project and admission of power sector failure, says Huriwa. Huriwa is the human rights writers. They have the right to the sentiment expressed here. But question, is it coming from facts at their disposal? Again, reading the story in The Guardian today clears every doubt. Insecurity. Tinubu security chiefs in talks. 36 governors discuss crisis in Abuja. So we are told when men and mountains meet, great things are done. So if Mr. President, the 36 state governors of the FCT minister, in addition to security chiefs, are discussing insecurity, a great thing will be done in that regard. What about this? The Vanguard is here. It leads with this. 2027, Tinubu tightens grip on Southeast, South-South in gale of defections. The defections we are having is a gale, like sweeping across the land. Are we going to have more defections? Don't conjecture, just read the details in the Vanguard today. Insecurity, enough is enough. President tells National Security Advisor and security chiefs. Okay, that's how a commander-in-chief behaves. Flush bandits out of Kwara in 1 month. Chief of Army Staff orders troops. The new bandits threatening Kwara State is a little something my humble self didn't imagine. So, but it's here. And so the Chief of Army Staff is telling the army, flush them out. Okay, call the bluff of these bandits. Nigeria names 17 athletes for 2025 World Relays. Tells you, regardless of everything, Nigeria is still, as a member of the human community, engaged in activities that promote communalism. You know, no country can be an island, we are told. Okay. Edu who's international investors. Edu is the Minister of Finance. Cardoso to investors. CBN will strengthen processes to sustain confidence. A lot of confidence building is needed at this time so investors can come. That is the only way to, to swim out of the rough waters. Anti-party activities. Atiku Wike should leave PDP immediately. Body George is saying this. Body George is a chieftain of the PDP. He says both former Vice President Atiku and the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike are indulging in anti-party activities that they should be flogged. I'm done with that. Perhaps we'll take the last but not least paper now, the Nigerian Tribune. The lead story, why we joined APC. Delta Governor Okowa and others are telling us why. Are you interested in that? I am too, so I'll read the details too. When you do that, it will take away your tendency to some riders there explain how Ibadan PDP governors meeting aided the exit. The PDP governors met some time ago at Ibadan. Senator Kawu dumps NNPP for APC in Kano. That's talking about the gale, of defections. Edo LP Senator Imaswen set to defect to APC. What are we seeing? The gale. 610 Osun federal lawmaker, okay, or is it okay, quits PDP. We are not told where he's going to. You find out if you read the details in the Tribune today. NLC tackles power minister on claims of adequate electricity supply to 150 million Nigerians. Was the minister deliberately exciting the NLC? Are the minister's facts correct? NLC is tackling him regarding electricity supply in my country, your country. PENCOM recovers 1.58 billion naira from defaulting employers as pension assets hit 23 trillion. 1.58 billion to 23 trillion is microscopic, So there should be a lot of recovery for pensioners. All right. Chief of Army Staff orders troops to clear Kwara and Niger of bandits in 1 month. Is this a tall order? The COAS, Chief of Army Staff, knows the army can. Another 2 killed, over 20 farms destroyed by bandits in Plateau. That's still talking about the ongoing in that state. 2027, why we will back Tinubu, CPC bloc is telling us. And of course, you know that CPC is one of the 4 parties that merged to form the APC. The others being the ACN, if you recall, APGA, and one other party. I seem to have forgotten that. Okay. Flight operations disrupted as NIMET workers down tools. Airpeace suspends flight. Of course, the minister in charge of Minister of Aviation, I should tell you, has stepped into the matter. We did end the strike. Okay. And allowances. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to ASU and other unions. I asked earlier on if 50 billion was just a little too much, a little, was too little, too late. You read the story, get the details. Ahead of burial, thousands queue to catch glimpse of Pope Francis's body. The body is lying at the Vatican, as we speak. Be there, a new Pope the Pope Francis will be buried on Saturday, and thereafter the College of Cardinals will determine who the next Pope is. Okay, that will be just it on papers today. Ours is to guide you, the stories to look out for. Go out there, get the papers of your choice, sort the stories, and you'll be better informed and educated. I'm done. I'm Jones Hussein. Bye-bye now. Take care.
In the family life, and that is Oluremi Tinubu.
I love you on behalf of the children. God bless you.
We love you. We know you're 60, but to us you're still in your 40s. We wish you the best.
As you grow older, you have to look back and take it easy. God bless you, sir.
I look back now at when I was a 15-year-old boy, looking at a very, very bleak future, and my path and your path crossing, and fast track 6 years from now, and I know where I am now, and all gratitude goes to you, sir.
My advice to you is that as you grow older now, you have to start to slow down, but I know this will be difficult for you. However, I'm sure that as you fight to enthrone true democracy in Nigeria, it is my prayer that God will grant you your heart's desires and wishes. I wish you many, many more happy years.
Wish you all the very best. Asiwaju needed not be fearful. We will give him tutorial as to how we've succeeded in being senior citizens without blemish.
I wish you a lot of good health, a lot of energy, a lot of common sense, and a lot of everything, love and happiness.
God will always bless you.
There's also a quiz competition at the event, at which the first family of Lagos State, Mr. Babatunde Fashola and his wife, won and donated their prize money to a charity organization. There were special remarks at the black tie dinner, which included one from the Vice President of Ghana, who attended the event with his wife. In his remarks, he traced his relationship with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to some years ago. He said he was proud of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's contribution to the sustenance of democracy in Africa. He then presented him with a special gift.
I had the opportunity to receive him in Ghana last year when he came to collect his award, the Global Leadership Award, and he gave such a wonderful speech that it drew him a standing ovation. Now, what was clear in the speech is that Asiwaju is one of the breed of the kind of leadership that this continent is crying for.
Goodwill messages for the birthday boy came from President Goodluck Jonathan, former Presidents Muhammadu Buhari and Ibrahim Babangida. The major musical performance of the night featured the masked one, Lagbaja, in his first ever appearance with an ensemble made up strictly of Bata drummers. Call them the Lagbaja Bata Battalions. The celebrant and his wife had a swell time dancing to Lagbaja's music. They were thereafter joined by other dignitaries as Lagbaja took his act to another level.
Yeah. Olówó ìjọba, díẹ̀ díẹ̀ lolówó ń jó. Olówó ìjọba.
The celebrant, his wife, and other dignitaries took part in the cutting of the birthday cake. The toast to Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's good health and continued progress was given by a close friend of his from Chicago in the United States, where the celebrant spent most of his time. From then on, the celebrant, his wife, and other friends, and indeed the entire audience, took part in non-stop dancing session with Mr. DJ totally in charge of proceedings.
By standing on the wall.
In Chicago in the building.
Tell me, how you gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance? By standing on the wall. Get your back up off the wall. I heard all the
Senator Tinubu sticking his out here.
Come on and get down on it. You really want it.
Get down on it.
You gotta feel it.
Get down on it.
Get down on it.
Get down on it.
Come on and
get down on it.
Baby, baby. Get down on it. Get on it. Get down on it. I say people. What? My woman lifted me from hell. I was hurt, but now I feel no pain. I was sick, but I'm alive again. You're my sweetie.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
My baby, my lover. So honey, let me hold you. Let me love you forever. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The last event to finally round off all activities for Senator Bola Tinubu's 60th birthday celebration took place at this day Dome at the Central Business District of Abuja on Monday, 2nd April 2012. This was put together by National Assembly members of Action Congress of Nigeria and friends and associates of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu from all parts of the country. The event was attended by the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Honorable Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. Congratulations, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu.
We're still slugging it out. The issue really is, conservatism against progressiveness. I will never ever stop being a progressive, and some conservatives will never stop being a conservative. So we have to just continue to battle until eventually we take power away from them, of course through a political process, through a democratic process, and then show this country why we have always been agitation for progressives to take over government, where our differences are with the ultra-conservatives, where our commitments are to the cause of the Talakawa, the ordinary downtrodden Nigerians we have always fought for. So that's the day we are waiting for. And I believe Tinubu and I and others like us will one day reach that peak. One day we'll arrive at that station, inshallah.
He's my boss. He's my master. He's my leader. Asiwaju of the universe. Jagamambogu. A man with a man's face but a woman's mind. Kind-hearted. I wish him all the best with his family and his amiable wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. That's my wish for them.
This man has come to this world to come and service humanity. And people are now celebrating him. They are not celebrating Asiwaju. They are celebrating what Asiwaju stands for, and that is service to humanity. So I can't wish him much than to wish him good luck and long life.
At this point, when he has attained the diamond age, we want to pray that the Almighty God will grant him more wisdom in teaming up with government to provide the necessary palliatives and support in making our country a nation, as dreamt by our forefathers.
Many more fruitful years on earth, many more active years on earth. In fact, we need Asiwaju more than ever before. If every leader was like Asiwaju, Nigeria would be a better place to live in. I'm proud, I'm happy, I'm privileged to be part of the ACN family, to be part of the Asiwaju's positive influence, and I'm glad to say that Asiwaju has played a major role in my political career today.
Describe Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I don't know where to start from. Are we going to talk about the staying power? Or we are going to talk the enigmatic attribute of his? You know, here is a man that has virtually become invisible. And when I say invisible, in all sense of it, right from his days in the Senate, he was as invisible as it is today. Then when we got to the Nadeko era, I mean, he was to be exterminated. But in his crafty manner and with God's backing him, he was able to weather the storm. Then talk about his staying power in Lagos State when the tsunami was coming in 2003. He was able to survive it all. And now, the greatest attribute of a leader, any given leader, is ability to replicate himself. You could see that he did not only reproduce himself in Lagos, he replicated himself in virtually all the states in the whole Western region and beyond.
It will be no exaggeration to say that engineer Dr. Vincent Maduka's era as the Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA) triggered off digital and technological revolution and a sense of purpose and pride among practitioners. Engineer Dr. Vincent Maduka was such a meticulous and hands-on multitasking professional who made sure broadcasting was done in tandem with international best practices. He indeed made a distinct mark, which has placed him among the legends that helped to properly position broadcasting for the digital age. Engineer Dr. Vincent Maduka's 80th birthday anniversary, which took place on the 5th of October 2015 at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, Lagos, attracted a legion of his colleagues who are also legends in their own right, with whom he joined forces for the crafting of the beautiful story of broadcasting in Nigeria. It was a day the Nigerian media fraternity stood still to celebrate a thorough professional who gave his very best to broadcasting. Of course, he was given the conjugal support of his amiable wife, Engineer Mrs. Olu Maduka, who was the first female president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. There couldn't have been a better way to celebrate this professional par excellence than to take a thorough introspection into how Nigeria can quickly join the global community and the new ways of communication and technology practice. The 80th birthday lecture to celebrate Engineer Vincent Maduka was titled Communication Technology and Leadership, the Scorecard and the Future of Nigeria in the Global Arena. The lecture, which was delivered by a consortium of erudite lecturers, among them broadcasters and other leading media practitioners, gave a broad insight into the topic at hand. The chairman of the occasion was Dr. Michael Omolayo, who was for many years chairman of Liver Brothers Nigeria PLC, extolled the virtues of the celebrant, Engineer Vincent Maduka, as a man of many parts, who was twice the Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Today is a very joyous occasion. Vincent Maduka has been well documented in what we have in front of us here. But it's more than what is put here. I regard him as a complete gentleman. Even at 80, he's still as straight as a shocker tree. Now, he represents many things in this country. He doesn't blow his trumpet, but today some of us are going to blow his trumpet for him.
The speakers at the event included Professor Patu Tomi, Dr. Biodun Shotunbi, who retired as an executive director in the NTA, and Professor S.A. Sani. Dr. Biodun Shotunbi's lecture on television journalism, education, training, and practice presented him an ample platform to revisit the evolution of broadcasting in Nigeria and how Engineer Vincent Maduka, as the DG then, was able to motivate practitioners then to be their very best. He also dwelt on how the celebrant began his broadcasting career at the Western Nigeria Television Service, WNTS, in 1961. It is to Engineer Vincent Maduka's eternal glory that he stood his ground and ensured that NTA had the best equipment for transmission and production gadgets comparable to the best in advanced climes.
In 1974, I was recruited by the Engineer Maduka-led management. This was the situation. And I'm the product of what they had then as the graduate policy. They need to inject university graduates into the newsroom. One, to make sure that new ideas came into news production and presentation and broadcast. And two, to make it possible for these young people, once they trained on the job, to relate to the growing elite in the Western region who wanted television to speak to them, to relate to their ideas, to talk about their challenges, to talk about their environment, and to relate them to the emerging future in both the West and in Nigeria.
According to Dr. Shotubi, it was during Engineer Vincent Maduka's tenure that graduates in relevant areas of mass communication were given a pride of place in the system. Engineer Vincent Maduka could be regarded as the one who raised the bar of intellectualism in all aspects of broadcasting, and this led to the growth of the practice. Indeed, that was the golden era of broadcasting, particularly in Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Professor Sani's lecture was on failed partnership and misled priority in technology education in Nigeria. Professor Sani, who is an educationist of note, said the only way to redress the falling standards of education in Nigeria today is to improve the welfare of teachers, and that more emphasis should be placed on technological education, which is a ready tool that can make the young ones become self-reliant and employers instead of employees.
We keep on talking about technology development. It's not possible. You can't have it. We don't practice the culture of technology. It's not there. We don't have it. We don't have it. It's not there at all. Without that culture, we cannot develop. Now, technology education, what do we expect from the graduates? We expect them to be leaders when they come out and for a technologically developed country. That's what we want. But what are we doing now? We are producing half-baked engineers who are perpetually preoccupied looking to exploit the society for their personal advantage.
Professor Patutomi says it all boils down to leadership, the yawning disparity in the way things are done between people of the developing countries and the advanced climes, without any doubt, has a lot to do with leadership deficit, which the developing countries, including Nigeria, are still grappling with, sadly, even in the 20th century. Professor Patutomi was of the opinion that Nigeria particularly needs to build stronger institutions to complement focused and purposeful leadership. Professor Patutomi wished that if we had many more Nigerians who are focused, patriotic, and selfless, like the celebrant Engineer Vincent Maduka, Dr. Malayo, and others, who have by their exemplary leadership qualities etched their names in the sand of times, Nigeria would have been the better for it in all aspects.
Be effective in leading, communication is critical, because you have to communicate your passion for service to the people, for the people to take ownership of you and your ideas. Then you have to put forth a vision that they will come to own. This is why the leadership process is essentially made up of three parts. One is preparation. If you don't prepare yourself, you can't lead. The tragedy of Nigeria is that those who have never prepared themselves are given the authority to take Nigeria in a direction. The second is visioning. You have to see a tomorrow and transmit that tomorrow clearly to the people, and they will take ownership of it. Because they take ownership of it, people are rowing in the same direction. And the third aspect is execution. The challenge of execution really remains one of the great big challenges of our time. It is my hope, it is my expectation that unless and until and that when we all commit to a new order, we will force our system to produce those who can truly lead and bring us to a new destination that we desire.
Professor Patutomi, like many Nigerians, hinges his hope in the much needed change to take us to the next level of development. There were more accolades, encomiums, and eulogies for the celebrant, who many more people, especially those who had gone under his tutelage, confirmed as the pathfinder of modern-day broadcasting and the visionary of the golden era of the Nigerian Television Authority, a period when things were professionally executed because practitioners were properly equipped and their welfare well catered for.
We can see today how far the reach of Engineer Maduka's influence is. Maybe just as much as the influence of NTA and its reach, being the first TV network in Nigeria and in Africa. One thing was clear: he was a very disciplined person and a very disciplined boss. Most of it, he didn't care whether you were a woman or a man, and he totally disregarded the challenges that faced a woman working in a man's world. Congratulations, and we'll be here when you are 90, when the chairman will be chairman, and I'll be here to pay another.
I'm very happy for the two of them. I'm extremely happy for the two of them. That they are firsts and first in their profession and in public life in Nigeria. My son. The chairman and I will be at your 90th birthday, inshallah.
The celebrant, Engineer Vincent Maduka, a proud alumnus of the King's College Lagos, was honored by his former schoolmates, who all gathered to sing the school anthem. In his birthday remarks, Engineer Vincent looked back at his school days, which he said he enjoyed tremendously, and the long years he put into the broadcasting profession, thanking God for granting him the grace to pull it through successfully on all fronts. He thanked his wife, Engineer Mrs. Olu Maduka, and the children for their love and support, which was very instrumental to the success he recorded on the whole during his tour of duty that spanned more than half of his entire life.
I want to thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
I have to blow my wife's trumpet. She will be the next president of this academy.
The vote of thanks was given by the celebrant's daughter, Dr. Mrs. Aunli Omotayo Okoli.
Fred Amata, who is a theatre arts graduate from the University of Jos, was born into a family of a long line of actors. In fact, his father, Chief John Amata, who is a renowned filmmaker and playwright, was credited to have written the first ever Nigerian film which made waves as far afield as in the Hollywood, which is the bastion of theatre practice in the entire world. Fred Amata, who began acting at the tender age of 6 years, shot into national prominence when he and the likes of Paul Obazele acted in Checkmate, the very popular soap opera in the 90s. His creative intellect in directing, producing, and acting is acknowledged by his colleagues as legendary, and today this puts him in the category of Nigeria's much sought-after thespians, very much at home with acting, either in movies or on stage. It's worthy of note that Fred Amata, through his creative ingenuity, has inspired a lot of youths, while most of the top directors, actors, and scriptwriters who have become success stories in their own rights today passed through the tutelage of Fred Amata. The week-long activities lined up to celebrate the Golden Jubilee anniversary of Fred Amata featured a novelty football match tagged Battle of the Stars. These are the complete list of the ex-internationals led by JJ Okocha in the Celebrity Charity Challenge with celebrities in the entertainment industry. The grand finale of the Fred at 50 celebration, which was a white-tie dinner and red carpet event, brought a very heavy number of celebrities and dignitaries, mostly from the film and entertainment industry, as well as representatives of state governments and private concerns to Muson Center in Lagos on Saturday, 18th May 2013. The event kicked off with the red carpet, where the BOS crew came face-to-face with the celebrities and captured some exclusive shots for viewing pleasure.
Your lover, baby, please give me. Oh, I'm going crazy. Oh, let me be your maga, your maga. I want to be your maga, your lover. Tell me what you want. Oh, 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 hey. I just wanna know your need.
Not unexpected of an event marking the Golden Jubilee anniversary of an accomplished thespian, before the audience could settle down and catch their breath. A total theatre performance of excerpts from the blockbuster box office hit Fred Agbaje's critically acclaimed stage play, The King Must Dance Naked, which featured a cast comprising A-list actors and actresses like Kate Henshaw, Paul Adams, Kepi Ekbayong, Francis Onwuche, and Fred Amata himself, was performed. The play is a plot which saw a priest insist that the king must dance naked to assuage famine in the land. This was considered a serious abomination.
A very close look at Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Animation, who celebrated her 80th birthday anniversary recently, aptly testifies to the fact that those who show love and kindness towards humanity without any grudges and ill will towards anyone will always live a very happy and fulfilled life, which is exemplified in good looks and healthy life. The one issue that dominated discussion at all the events put together to mark Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Animation's 80th birthday anniversary celebrations is, to put it the way one of her daughters put it in her tribute to her, "Are we sure there was no mistake in her birth certificate? Is she really 80 years?" Indeed, Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Animation could easily pass for someone in her 60s. One only has to critically study the import of the tributes that tumbled down in torrents in her honor from all those whose lives she had positively impacted on, from both friends, the extended family, and her own family, to fully appreciate why everyone from home and abroad went the extra mile to celebrate her, because she truly deserves it. Of all the tributes in honor of the one I choose to call the youngest octogenarian in the universe, two will suffice. The first is the one from former head of state and a very close friend of the family, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR. It reads, and I quote, "Perhaps Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Yetunde Animation Ni Ashekun should have been named Grace, because everything about her speaks of uncommon elegance and strength. At 80, she has had a successful career as a nurse. She has continued to enjoy the support of a loving husband and wonderful children and grandchildren." Indeed, the life of Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Animation reflects the benevolence of God. What General Yakubu Gowon finds particularly interesting about Chief Mrs. Yetunde Olushola and her husband, Chief Gafar Kayode Animation, is how both of them have successfully demonstrated that love can triumph over any situation. Who would have thought that the daughter of a canon in the Anglican Church and the son of an imam could easily rewrite the story of love far sweeter than that of the Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet? General Yakubu Gowon went on in his tribute to add that even after 54 glorious years of marriage, Chief Gafar Kayode Animation remains the life president and leader of the Ahmadiyya movement in Nigeria, while the celebrant and his wife, Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Animation, still maintains her Christian faith as a strong, devout, and committed Anglican. They both truly demonstrate the best of both religions, as exemplified by tolerance, peace, mutual respect, and harmony, which are critical values that Nigeria deeply needs and deserves at this critical period in our political evolution. General Yakubu Gowon particularly commended Chief Mrs. Yetunde Animation's service to the nation during the Nigerian Civil War, when, as a senior nursing officer at the railway hospital in Ebutometa, Lagos, she helped to save lives by expeditiously attending to many military casualties that were brought in. Another tribute that is worth signposting as we celebrate Chief Mrs. Yetunde Edith Animation's 80 glorious years on earth is the one from former Minister of Communications, Major General Adeniyi Tajuddin Olanrewaju, retired. A member of the Animation dynasty, he said, "Given Chief Mrs. Yetunde Animation's background and professional standing as a distinguished nurse, she set out to improve the lot of ordinary people, particularly those living in depressed standard and unfulfilled lives. In fact, the Atondaolu School of Handicapped Children in Surulere, Lagos, became her constant place of visitation with her husband to give succor to the physically challenged." One can indeed go on, relieving the selfless, humanist, and kind-hearted disposition of this great jewel of inestimable value of Chief Gafar Kayode Animation, the great orator and jokes merchant of all time. This is why Chief Mrs. Yetunde Edith Animation remains a gem loved and highly respected by the entire Animation family, who rallied a huge support for her during the celebration of her 80th birthday anniversary. The events of the great milestone began at the palatial Ashekun House at the Murtala Animation Estate in Ogun State of Nigeria for special Muslim prayers. Former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyanku, Otumba Adekule Ojora and Erelu Ojuolape Ojora, Barrister Ziggy Azike were joined by other dignitaries at the great celebration. The Muslim clerics took charge of proceedings as they read from the Holy Quran and prayed extensively for the celebrant, her husband, the entire Animation family, and Nigeria in general. Even the heavens seemed to be in total agreement with the celebration, as the rains gave a divine blessing to the celebration. That didn't affect the turnout of dignitaries in any way. The cutting of the 80th birthday anniversary cake by the celebrant was conducted by Chief Emeka Anyanku.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, I begin my count. 1. The chairman has started. 1, 2, and 3. And shall we all now sing happy birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
The Holy Communion and Thanksgiving church service to commemorate the 80th birthday anniversary of Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Yetunde Animation took place at Our Saviour's Church, Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, on Saturday, 3rd of October 2015. The church service began with a processional hymn as the clergymen and congregation sang along. Leading the church service were prominent clergymen in the Anglican denomination. The church service attracted the attendance of dignitaries as well as other friends and family members of the celebrant. The opening hymn, "Rejoice, the Lord is King," was followed by the reading from portions of the Holy Bible by the celebrant's daughter.
Whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Whatever you have learned or received or heard or seen in me, put it into practice, and the God of peace will be with you. This is the word of the Lord.
The choir of Our Saviour's Church, Tafawa Balewa Square, also rendered a medley of songs before the sermon. In the sermon, the celebrant, whom the man of God who preached fondly called Sissy 80 because of her very young looks, was described as a very generous, kind-hearted human being whose doors are always open to everyone. The clergyman noted that the celebrant has given a lifeline that has enabled many people to succeed in life today. One remarkable thing about the celebrant and the unwavering steadfastness to her faith is that although she lives in Ota, Ogun State, many kilometers away, she gets to church every Sunday morning at 7:30. Chief Mrs. Yetunde Edith Olushola Animation was also congratulated for great support she has continued to render to the church.
Sincerity. This God has been so good to you. And I want to ask a question, that in the remaining part of your years, how are you going to pay back to this God? For the rest of your life, you should not be demons. But the only way not to beat of the demons is this. Stay firm in Christianity, which is always associated with the experience of giving ourselves completely over to Jesus Christ. My wish for you and for every Christian is a life of great conviction. Stay firm which develop, expand, and elevate through life. Find our beginning and lovers at the end. We have started well, sincerity. In the name that is above all other names, we will finish strong. And we will continually be well and easy for you and your generation, in Jesus' name.
The offertory and Thanksgiving session saw a lot of people joining the celebrant in thankful jubilation to God for the abundant grace showered on her as she hits the 80-year age milestone in stunning health and looks. The celebrant, her children and other family members observed the Holy Communion, which was rounded off with prayers. The celebrant was humored and honored as the entire congregation sang a happy birthday song for her. The grand reception to bring days of celebration of the 80th birthday anniversary of Chief Mrs. Edith Yetunde Animashaun to a fitting climax was held at the ballroom of the prestigious Oriental Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos. Again, the goodwill and affection that the celebrant, the Ashekun and the Animashaun families enjoy, which transcends all sectors of life within and beyond Nigeria, came strongly to the fore in the all-encompassing attendance registered at the reception. Frontliners at the event include General Yakubu Gowon, Chief Ernest Shonekon, Otumba Adekunle and Erelu Ojualakwe Ojora, Chief Bode Emmanuel. The traditional institution was represented by Oba Teju Osho, Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Akiolu, and others. The event formally began with a glorious entry of the celebrant as she was ushered in by the band with everyone on their feet. The chairman's remarks, in which he heartily congratulated the celebrant and the entire Ashekun and Animashaun families for the great day, jump-started the proceedings.
All the things said at the meeting today in the church, and God will be happy. We will never have to solve. Your children will always be His word.
Tributes in which all the good deeds of the celebrant that resulted in life-changing circumstances for many people were recounted by those she adopted as her children, extended family members, friends, and to even her own biological offsprings. In a nutshell, it was concluded that the celebrant, Chief Mrs. Yetunde Animashaun, is looking very healthy and far younger than her age, because she simply radiates genuine love and affection towards everyone, and so God has paid her back in more than equal terms with abundant grace that gives peace of mind always. The Animashaun family, to whom the celebrant has been married since 1963, demonstrated their admiration and love for her through a special presentation to her. The cutting of the 80th birthday anniversary cake was conducted by the chairman, with the celebrant in the midst of all her children and grandchildren.
In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, I'm not trying anything from here. In the name of the Holy Spirit.
She later took an extensive round of video and photo session with a long lineup of people. The toast of the celebrant was proposed, and everyone asked to be on their feet to clink glasses to the continued good health of the celebrant.
Ladies and gentlemen, to Chief Mrs. Edith Olushola Yetunde Animashaun, the current Queen of Sheba.
To further convince everyone that she indeed is still very agile, full of life, and in tune with even the prevailing dance steps, check out the very young-looking octogenarian of the moment, CC80, Chief Mrs. Edith Yetunde Animashaun, as she took on everyone on the dance floor. Without any doubt, there is no gainsaying the fact that everyone would aspire, dream, and desire to be like Chief Mrs. Yetunde Edith Olushola Animashaun when the octogenarian age starts knocking. May God grant the celebrant peace of mind and her 82-year-old husband Alhaji Gafar Kayode Animashaun, the patriarch of the Animashaun family, orator par excellence, and jokes merchant extraordinaire, continued good health.
St. Thomas Anglican Church, Diobo, in Port Harcourt, River State Capital. Incidentally, where the Right Honorable Sir Austin Opara, former Speaker, Nigeria's House of Representatives, Chairman, Abuja Investment Company, had his childhood upbringing, played host to his friends, family members, and well-wishers from different parts of the country and beyond. At the special Thanksgiving service to mark his Golden Jubilee anniversary celebration, it was gratifying to note that the birthday boy gave special preference to that celestial and reverent aspect of the ceremony. This is to further spiritually strengthen him as he enters a very important stage in his life. The prestigious Elders Club, where every move made, action taken, or word spoken should be guided by divine wisdom. And this can only come from those who have garnered a mixed bag of experiences over the years. Honorable Austin Opara, who comes from a very strong Anglican background, was joined on that special occasion by his wife of 21 years and a judge of the River State High Court, Justice Margaret Opara, and all their 5 lovely children. Nigeria's First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, who is away in Mexico as we speak, was represented at the church service by the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs 1, Professor Viola Onwulere. The service was high on the rendition of spiritually uplifting songs. This was provided by the choir and some seasoned soloists. The celebrant, Sir Honorable Austin Opara, OFR, who was a Knight of St. Christopher, read the first lesson of the service, taken from the book of Leviticus.
A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which groweth of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vine undressed.
The story of the life of the Right Honorable Sir Austin Opara is a lesson in what the belief in oneself can do to people in any situation. Not known to have come from the privileged background, Honorable Opara worked very hard for all the achievements he has accomplished today, right from the very beginning. Passing his WAEC exam at age 16, upgraded his academic laurels with an HND degree in marketing from the Rivers State University of Science and Technology, an MBA in the same discipline from the same university, before he headed for the prestigious Harvard University, Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. Here, he acquired that special academic grounding that puts graduates of that world-renowned university in a special class. Honorable Austin Opara has made a very great success as a key player in the downstream sector of Nigeria's oil and gas industry. As the Deputy Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives between 2003 and 2007, at the age of 39 years, Honorable Austin Opara became the youngest occupant of that very exalted office of Nigeria's Green Chambers. It is to the everlasting glory of Honorable Austin Opara as Deputy Speaker, Senator Ken Namani as President of the Senate. Today, the period between 2003 and 2007 stands out as the most stable one in the nation's political landscape. Honorable Austin Opara indeed has a lot to thank God for in 50 years of sojourn on earth. In his sermon, the officiating minister testified to the humble and pleasant disposition towards life of the celebrant, whom he advised not to let down the guards, especially now that he had graduated to the age of maturity. He advised them to be closer to God.
God called it the idea of choosing, and by so saying, the Jews were told to specially take the 50th year as a year of liberty, a year of emancipation, a year of freedom, a year to extend blessing, goodness to other people. It's a year of rejoicing.
The celebrant, his wife, and the entire family members partook in the Holy Communion, which rolled into the Thanksgiving session. Professor Viola Awolere, Minister of State Foreign Affairs 1, who delivered the special message of the First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, informed the audience that the First Lady is very proud of the sterling achievements of the celebrant and his entire family. She prayed that God will continue to guide him.
I just want to say, on behalf of Her Excellency, the First Lady of this great country, Mother of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Dr. Dame Patience Jonathan, I stand here to wish all of you well, to congratulate my dear brother, His Excellency, our former Deputy Speaker of the distinguished House of Representatives, Right Honorable Austin Opara, for attaining this wonderful age. And I thank his wife, because he's looking very good. It means his wife has been doing a good job. I can see the beautiful children God has adorned him with. Like the preacher said, it's wonderful grace of God. It's not what anybody's doing. And he's still looking very young there, growing gracefully, looking joyous. It is wonderful. In the book, when the preacher was talking, he said 50 is the age to begin again. So we have a newborn baby boy today, according to the preacher, that we are also praying that the Lord will put him on higher grounds in Jesus' name.
The church service ended with the Hallelujah chorus.
You know, say money no be problem. Honest on the block. Alright, I'm back again. You know what time it is. Straight up. Alright, what's up? Listen. About him and that game, I'm missing my Michelle. She been on the front, so winking. I come off and I check it. Young Mimbuna, and we send my reason at the real day. Juma, oh, Piebo, what did that dear preach? What a tema, Tamafa, Tibunim, Tema, then my Mepa, dear, never pass to Kurapoma. And yes, I'm a legion who may be Asoma. I shall win up about the young Conqua, just some pipe, a few rice, one genoa, but Temabuano, mini bin Timamua, one no Jamabakari.
The dinner organized for the celebration of Sir Austin Opera's Golden Jubilee anniversary attracted a wide array of friends of the celebrant with whom he had been associated over the years from different climes and different spheres of life. Before the event formally got underway, some Port Harcourt-based musicians kept the audience properly entertained to put them in the right frame of mind.
You alone are glory, Lord, to be praised and adored. You alone are glory, Jesus.
A documentary that gave a detailed insight into the defining aspects of the life of the celebrant was aired at the event. In it, all those who shared their thoughts on Austin Opera, who did so in glowing terms, returned the unanimous verdict that Nigerians, especially public office holders, have an important lesson to learn from the celebrant Sir Austin Opera in the appropriate way to conduct oneself in office. This is to properly depict the much-touted servant leader slogan. However, the wish of the celebrant's wife, Justice Margaret Austin Opera, for him to become a clergyman resonated loudly amongst the audience.
My prayer for him is that God will continue to keep him, to bless him, keep him in good health. And I pray that one day, as an Anglican, he will wear the collar. That's by becoming a pastor. My husband will laugh at this, but that's my wish for him.
The cake, which was prepared by Mrs. Ifeoma Okocha, was cut as former Governor Celestine Omehia coordinating the aspect.
J E S U S.
A close friend of the celebrant, Honorable Olaka Wogo, who served in the House of Reps during the same period with him, proposed the toast of the celebrant.
May I therefore, to the glory of God and the celebration of a wonderful son of our country, scream with me to say, hip, hip, hip! Hip, hip, hip! Hip, hip, hip!
There were many more testimonies about the man, Austin Adele Opera, before Flavor, the current rave of Nigeria's entertainment scene, especially in the South and Southeast axis, came on to virtually seize by the jugular the entire environment, with an all-encompassing explosive performance that kept the celebrant and his wife on the floor for hours before they were joined by others.
Let's go.
dinner to mark Sir Austin Opara's Golden Jubilee celebration was very interesting. A beautiful package in every ramification of the word. Everyone had a swell time. In the response to the toast by the celebrant, Honorable Austin Opara, he thanked everyone who had played one role or the other in the grand celebration of his Golden Jubilee. It began with Mr. President, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and the First Lady, Dame Patience Jonathan, for their great support. Honorable Austin Opara thanked all his friends who rallied a huge support for him. He prayed that God will meet everyone in their points of need.
We enjoyed ourselves. I'm not sure that I would have asked for something more. We've had fun. We've enjoyed ourselves. Again, I want to appreciate all of you, everybody that's here. On behalf of my dear wife and my lovely children, I want to thank all of you. And pray that because you've celebrated with us, you will always have cause to celebrate with your family. Tears of joy will not lack in your family. We are joining our faith with yours. I don't start work. We are joining our faith with yours to say that God will continue to favor you and bless you.
The event ended with the explosive music fireworks from the DJ jukebox, and this gave the younger ones and those young at heart the right atmosphere to do their thing on the floor. We heartily congratulate the latest golden boy in the universe.
It was time for the family of the Cumis to give thanks to God as the matriarch of the family, Mrs. Theresa Cumi, turned 60. The celebration of the milestone was marked with a church service to thank God for sparing the life of the celebrant and her family. There was singing, dancing, and praise by the family, friends, and well-wishers of Mrs. Theresa Cumi. The theme of the message delivered by the presiding priest was the essence of life and how one's contribution, no matter how little, can go a long way in positively affecting society.
After all, it is said that life is a mystery, uphold it. Life is a struggle, face it. Life is beauty, opportunity. Life is a song, then sing it. Life is a goal, achieve it. Finally, life is a mission, fulfill it. I know that our celebrant of today, Chief Giving, has achieved all this, even within, permit me to say, a short life on her, because she's still very young. You know, she's very young because the Bible tells us our lifespan is 70, but 80 for those who are strong. You will be 70 in Jesus' name. Yeah. You will be 80 in Jesus' name. Yeah.
Thank you.
so that the peace of Christ may remain with you and in your home. Amen. May you always bear witness to the love of God, so that the afflicted and the needy may find in you generous and sympathetic friends. At the end, may Christ welcome you to the joys of heaven, because you have been kind to those who needed help or attention.
At the reception to entertain dignitaries that came to share in the joy of the day, chairman of the occasion, retired General Theophilus Anjuma, wished the celebrant a long life in good health and spoke of our concern and love for others.
Depicting the 60s of our age will be the happiest decade of our life. Teresa was nervous when she was 50 because she lost her mother in her 50s. It is the good grace of the Lord that she's lived the stormy age in the 50s to now 60. And the Lord be with you, Teresa. He grant you good health, because you need, that is all you need now, good health. I'm not so sure it was the curse when the priest was hoping you would be 100. That is over time. But in good health, one can live as long as possible.
Other guests alluded to the humane attributes exhibited by the celebrant and her strong commitment to religious matters.
So it's one of those things where you should be calling us on Sunday, or we make up different stories, or we have to find a way to make the meat even like a horse. But somehow, we always knew, which is why till today, no matter what we can say, we always have a ball for our ways, sustaining us, some very good morals. I want to say very briefly that on behalf of Joita, Benji, and TJ, who unfortunately could not be here today, we will give them a big round of applause.
And I've seen her overcome the dreadfulness of ignorance and has now attained 60 years, blossoming in beauty and a fantastic smile. Tessa, to me, is a sister.
Very classic lady, wonderful lady, good lawyer, very progressive, very civilized, and God has blessed her with wonderful children. Some of them lawyers already. What do you want from God more than that? I wish her a happy birthday. I wish her a prosperous new year that is coming. May we all be alive to see that year and many others in future.
No, she's a very hardworking professional, and she has done very well. She has done very well for our family and for the community. We wish her all the very best, in life. With three score, it's just the beginning of life. We wish her the best.
She's an extremely amusing person. She's fun to be with. And as Father said, it's important to have friends that keep you smiling. And she's a friend that keeps me smiling. And I wish her a very happy 60th birthday and very long life.
Very peaceful, very loving. So I wish her all the best that God will give her.
Will you tell me one more lie?
The celebration has so many high points, among which was the cutting of the birthday cake. The prestigious Lagoon Restaurant on Victoria Island, Lagos, recently played host to an assemblage of distinguished personalities from the various segments of Nigerian society, as family members, friends, associates, and well-wishers gathered there to celebrate the 50th birthday anniversary of the dynamic lawyer, businessman, and politician, Barrister Sylvester Onora Okonkwo. The purple color scheme that pervaded the ambience of the venue of the celebrations spoke volumes about the high taste and class of personalities that were there to grace the occasion. The expectant and excited guests ranged from past and present political office holders, business titans, and media personalities. Members of the illustrious Okonkwo family were there in full force. Another notable presence at the occasion was the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Obong Godswill Akpabio, and his wife. The entry of the celebrant and his family into the hall with a hearty rendition of a special birthday song.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless.
It was an occasion for a number of guests to offer testimonies to the unique virtues of Sylvester Okonkwo, the combination of attributes that set this dynamo of a man apart from others, as well as prayers for God's continued blessings on his life and that of his entire family. The celebrations were spiced up at regular intervals with music as supplied by the Imagre Band from Warri Delta State, and jokes by Tunde Adewale, popularly called TA.
Some of these militants have totally lost it. Some of the militants are very intelligent. Look at the educated militants. When they want to kidnap, only 4 races they kidnap: Americans, Britons, French, German. Finish. They don't settle for less, because those are the countries that their government will respond to negotiate. But illiterate, stack illiterate militants want to kidnap, go and kidnap Chinese, Korean. You kidnap 1 million people in China. The government does not know.
The celebrant and some fellow old students of his alma mater, Dennis Memorial Secondary School, Onitsha, mounted the stage to render the school's anthem, as well as the so-called Mbawa song, to the admiration of guests.
Bring to you, unto you, challenge against fire. Your hope is our desire. We sing to you, our alma mater, Lord,
Members of the Dennis Memorial Secondary School Old Students Association, of which the celebrant is the current president, later presented him with a special plaque of appreciation. The accolades and the encomiums poured on Barrister Sylvester Honora Okonkwo were well deserved indeed. Born in rural Ojoto community in Anambra State in 1958, Sylvester Okonkwo's rise to his status in life was achieved through a dint of hard work, determination and divine providence, as well as the stern discipline of a principled father and the mutual love of a close-knit family. He had his early education in the locality of his birth before going on to acquire a Bachelor of Laws degree from the Enugu campus of the University of Nigeria and the Law School. An emerging political force in the southeast geopolitical zone of the country, Barrister Okonkwo has traversed the politics of different dispensations in Nigeria's recent history. The celebrant is one of the major stakeholders with the nation's telecommunications industry, most notably his involvement with the telecoms giant Reliance Telecommunications Limited, or Realtel for short. Presently, Sylvester Okonkwo runs his own IT services firm, Chinto Technologies Limited, a holder of the traditional title of Okulora of Ojoto. The celebrant is married to Chidi, his wife, and they are blessed with children. The cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant, his family and others was supervised by veteran broadcaster Ruth Benemesia Opia.
3, 2, 1, and we spell the name Jesus. J-E-S-U-S. Say your prayer quickly. You'll blow out the candle. Amen.
It was time again for encomiums, as a representative of Ojoto indigents in Lagos came forward to thank the guests for honoring the celebrant in this special way. He also thanked Barrister Sylvester Okonkwo for making his kinsmen proud. This is followed by a tribute from Akwa Ibom State Governor Obon Godswill Akpabio, who was accompanied by a large entourage consisting of important government functionaries and aides. Governor Akpabio, a long-time bosom friend of the celebrant, expressed joy in the manner his friendship with Barrister Sylvester Okonkwo has evolved over the years, and described the celebrant's attainment of half a century of life as a milestone.
Sylvester, I have no words for you than to say the testimonial here, the crowd itself shows greatly that you have lived a good life. For all your wishes we shall all be alive to join you on your 70th birthday. God cannot give you what you do not